Somewhere off the eastern edge of the Asian continent, past a stretch of cold water that has separated it from the mainland for thousands of years, sits a chain of islands shaped like a thin crescent moon. Tonight, we're going to follow that chain from its very first quiet beginnings, through the centuries, all the way to the country it has become. You don't need to remember any of it. You don't need to hold on to a single date. Just let the story carry you, the way a river carries a leaf, and if you drift off long before we reach the present day, that's exactly how this is supposed to go. Let's begin at the beginning. Long before there were farmers or emperors or shoguns, before there was even a name for this place, the people who lived here told a story about how the islands themselves came to be. Chapter 1. The Beginning of the World. In the oldest Japanese stories, the world did not begin with people. It began with a pair of gods standing on the floating bridge of heaven, looking down at nothing but ocean. Their names were Izanagi and Izanami, and they were given a jeweled spear and told to bring order to the drifting, formless world below. So they dipped the spear into the sea and stirred it, slowly, the way you might stir honey into tea. And when they lifted it back up, the salt water dripping from its tip hardened into an island. That first island became the place where the two gods stepped down from heaven and made their home. From there, Izanagi and Izanami are said to have given birth to the rest of the Japanese archipelago, island by island, the way parents might raise one child after another, each with its own name and its own small character. Mountains, rivers, and forests followed, and then other gods, gods of wind, of trees, of the sea. It's a gentle creation story, unhurried, more like watching a garden grow than watching a world explode into being. There is no single moment of thunder and lightning, just two figures, patient, standing over the water, adding one quiet piece after another. The story does eventually turn sorrowful, in the way old myths often do. Izanami died giving birth to the god of fire, and grief-stricken, Izanagi followed her down into the land of the dead to try to bring her back. He was told, as travelers to that underworld so often are in stories from every culture, not to look at her. He looked anyway, and found her changed, and fled back toward the world of the living with the horror of the underworld chasing behind him. When he finally escaped and sealed the entrance closed, he went to a river to wash the underworld off himself, and as he cleansed his left eye, a goddess of light and warmth was born from the water. Her name was Amaterasu, the sun goddess, and she would become the most important deity in the entire Japanese pantheon, the ancestor from whom the imperial family would one day claim its descent. There's a well-loved episode later in her story in which Amaterasu, hurt and offended by the behavior of her brother, the storm god Susanoo, hid herself away inside a cave and took the sun's light with her. The world outside went dark and cold, crops failed, and the other gods, desperate, gathered outside the cave entrance and threw an enormous, joyful, deliberately loud party, music, dancing, laughter, trying to lure her out with curiosity rather than force. Eventually, Amaterasu peeked out to see what all the noise was about, caught a glimpse of her own radiant reflection in a mirror the gods had hung outside the cave, and was coaxed back into the world, bringing the light with her. Generations later, in the myth, one of Amaterasu's descendants, a young man named Jimmu, is said to have led his people from the southern island of Kyushu toward the Yamato plain, near modern-day Nara, and there founded the imperial line, becoming, in legend, the very first emperor of Japan. Traditional accounts placed this founding impossibly far back, in the 7th century before the Common Era. Historians today treat Jimmu as legend rather than fact, a founding story written down centuries after the events it describes, meant to explain a lineage rather than record it. But the story mattered enormously to the people who told it, because it tied the rulers of Japan directly back to the sun herself, an unbroken thread from the goddess in the cave to the emperor on the throne. Keep that image in your mind as we move forward tonight, of a spear stirring the sea, an island rising up out of salt water, a goddess coaxed gently back into the light. Because everything that follows, the villages, the wars, the poetry, the peace, all of it happened on those same quiet islands the myths describe, and the real history, when we finally reach it, turns out to be almost as strange and layered as the story that came before it. Chapter 2. Susanoo and the Serpent. Before we leave the world of myth entirely, one more of these old stories is worth sitting with, because it too echoes through Japanese art and storytelling for centuries afterward, all the way into the sword legends of the samurai era we'll reach much later tonight. After Amaterasu was coaxed from her cave, her brother Susanoo, the storm god whose earlier rowdiness had driven her into hiding in the first place, was cast out of heaven entirely and sent down to live among the mortal world below. He landed in the province of Izumo along the western coast of Japan, and there, wandering along a riverbank, he came upon an old couple weeping beside their one remaining daughter. They told him a monstrous, eight-headed, eight-tailed serpent called Yamato no Orochi had been devouring one of their daughters every year for 7 years, and this last remaining child, a young woman named Kushinada, was due to be sacrificed to it that very season. Susanoo, taking pity on the family, devised a plan rather than simply charging in with brute strength alone. He asked the old couple to brew 8 enormous vats of strong rice wine and set them out along the serpent's approach. When the great 8-headed creature arrived, each of its heads bent down to drink from one of the vats, and once thoroughly drunk and heavy with sleep, Susanoo drew his sword and struck the serpent down, head by head. Cutting into one of its tails afterward, he discovered a magnificent sword hidden inside, which he presented as a gift to his sister Amaterasu as a gesture of reconciliation. That sword, the story goes, eventually became one of the 3 sacred treasures of the imperial regalia, passed down, according to tradition, from ruler to ruler ever since, alongside a mirror, said to be the very mirror that once lured Amaterasu from her cave, and a curved jewel. Susanoo married Kushinada afterward and settled in Izumo, and the region has held a special place in Japanese religious tradition ever since, home to one of the country's oldest and most revered shrines, a place still visited by pilgrims today who come to pray, fittingly for good marriages and lasting relationships, a quiet, gentler echo of the storm god who once slew a monster to save the woman who would become his wife. Interlude: Okuninushi and the White Hare. One more old story from that same mythic age is worth carrying with us before we return to solid history, gentler than the serpent tale, and, fittingly for how this evening is meant to go, a story about kindness rewarded with rest and healing rather than a story about battle at all. Okuninushi, a descendant of Susanoo several generations removed, was traveling one day along the coast with a group of older, crueler brothers, all of them competing for the hand of the same distant princess, when they came across a small hare lying injured and skinless on the shore. The hare explained that it had once tricked a line of crocodiles into forming a bridge across the sea, pretending it wished to count how many crocodile clans existed, and had made it almost all the way across before boasting, mid-crossing, of the trick it had just played, at which the last crocodile, understandably offended, tore the fur clean from its body. Okuninushi's brothers, passing by first, had cruelly told the suffering hare to bathe in seawater and dry itself in the wind, advice that only made its wounds burn and crack painfully. Okuninushi arrived some time later, at the back of the group, carrying the group's heaviest luggage as the least favored brother, and gave the hare gentler, wiser advice instead, to rinse in fresh river water and then rest quietly on a bed of soft cattail pollen until the wound healed on its own. The hare recovered fully and revealed itself to be no ordinary animal but a minor deity in its own right, who rewarded Okuninushi's simple kindness by declaring that he, the humblest and least regarded of the traveling brothers, would be the one to win the princess's hand after all, and would go on to become a great and widely honored god in his own right, associated ever since with medicine, healing, and the protection of ordinary, humble people. It's a small, quiet story, easy to overlook beside the grander drama of Izanagi's spear or Susanoo's serpent, but it has remained a beloved part of Japanese folklore for well over 1,000 years, a reminder, tucked in among all the myths of gods and emperors, that in this particular tradition it was the gentlest answer, not the strongest one, that the old stories chose to reward. Chapter 3. The Jōmon People. Long before anyone was writing myths down, actual people were living on these islands, and archaeology can take us back further than any legend can. More than 14,000 years ago, In the cold centuries after the last ice age, small bands of hunters and gatherers were already moving across the land bridges and narrow straits that once connected Japan more closely to the Asian mainland. As the ice melted and the seas rose, those connections slowly closed, and the people living on the newly isolated islands developed a culture almost entirely their own, one that would go on to last, with remarkably little disruption, for more than 10,000 years. We call this stretch of time the Jōmon period, named after a distinctive style of pottery, pressed with cords while the clay was still wet, leaving soft, rope-like patterns across the surface. Some of that pottery is now considered among the oldest in the entire world, older than the pyramids by many thousands of years, older than farming itself in most of the places we associate with early civilization. And what's remarkable is that the Jōmon people made this pottery, settled into villages, and lived comfortable, structured lives without ever needing to become farmers at all. The reason lies in the extraordinary richness of the land itself. The seas around the islands were, and still are, some of the most productive fishing grounds on Earth, where warm and cold ocean currents meet and stir up an abundance of fish and shellfish. The forests inland were thick with oak, chestnut, and walnut trees, producing enormous, reliable harvests of nuts each autumn, which the Jōmon learned to store in deep pits lined with clay, keeping them edible through the winter months. Deer and wild boar moved through those same forests in numbers, hunted with bows tipped with delicate stone arrowheads. Between the sea and the forest, a Jōmon village rarely needed to go hungry and rarely needed to leave. Picture one of these villages on a still autumn morning. Circular pit houses, dug a little into the earth and roofed with thatch, arranged in a loose ring around a central open space. Smoke rising from cooking fires, racks of fish drying in the salt air near the shore, children carrying baskets of chestnuts down from the tree line. At a site called Sanai Maruyama in the far north of Honshu, archaeologists have uncovered the remains of an enormous, long-lasting Jōmon settlement, home to hundreds of people at a time across roughly 15 centuries, with massive wooden support pillars from what may have been a tall ceremonial tower or lookout structure, along with raised storehouses, burial areas, and evidence of long-distance trade in obsidian and jade, brought from far outside the immediate region. This was not a primitive scattering of isolated huts. It was a real, settled, socially complex community, one that simply never needed the plow to thrive. The Jōmon people also left behind small clay figurines known as dog, strange and haunting little sculptures with wide, goggle-like eyes, some so stylized they barely resemble a human form at all, others startlingly expressive, with what almost look like tears etched beneath their eyes. We still don't know exactly what they were for. Some were deliberately broken before being buried, which has led many archaeologists to believe they were used in healing rituals, perhaps meant to draw sickness or misfortune out of a person and then be shattered, taking the trouble away with them. Others may have marked the changing seasons, or watched over childbirth, or simply comforted a household through a hard winter. Try to hold, for a moment, just how long this way of life lasted. 10,000 years. Not 10,000 years of stagnation, but 10,000 years of a culture finding a rhythm with its landscape and largely keeping it. Generation folding gently into generation. Grandparents passing down fishing grounds and hunting trails to grandchildren who would pass them down again. Compare that to the entire span of recorded history anywhere in the world, which barely reaches half that length. For most of the time people have lived on these islands, they lived exactly like this. Coastal, forested, patient, unhurried. And then, slowly, quietly, something began arriving from across the water that would end that long, slow rhythm for good. Chapter 4. Rice, Bronze, and the Yayoi. Around 300 years before the Common Era, new ideas began drifting into the islands from the Korean peninsula and from the southern coast of China. Wet rice farming arrived, along with bronze tools, iron tools, and a completely new way of organizing human life, not around what the forest and sea happened to offer, but around fields carved deliberately into the land and coaxed season after season into producing a stored surplus. We call this next stretch the Yayoi period, and it changed nearly everything about how people on these islands lived, though it changed it slowly. The way a single seed changes an entire valley only after many seasons of quiet growth. Rice, unlike gathering nuts or hunting deer, demands cooperation on a scale the Jōmon villages had never needed. Paddies must be flooded and drained together on a shared schedule by many hands working in coordination. Canals need to be dug and maintained. Planting and harvest cannot simply happen whenever a family feels ready. They happen when the rice is ready, and everyone in the community has to move at once. So the loose, independent villages of the Jōmon world slowly reorganized themselves into something tighter and more hierarchical. Leaders emerged whose job was to coordinate this shared labor. Storehouses were built to protect the harvest between one growing season and the next. And, almost inevitably, where there is a stored harvest, there is eventually something worth defending and something worth taking from a neighbor who has less. For the first time in the archaeological record of these islands, we start to see real evidence of organized violence. Villages ringed with defensive ditches and palisades, watchtowers positioned to look out over the surrounding fields, skeletons found with arrowheads still lodged between their ribs, or with clear-cut marks from bladed weapons. It's a hard truth about agriculture almost everywhere it takes root. The surplus that lets a society grow larger and more complex is the same surplus that gives people a reason to fight. Out of this more competitive, more organized world, distinct local chiefdoms began to rise, some large enough that outsiders started to take notice. Chinese chronicles from this era, some of the very oldest outside written records we have of Japan at all, describe a land called Wa, made up of more than 100 small communities scattered across the islands, occasionally warring with one another, occasionally sending tribute and diplomatic missions to the Chinese court. One chronicle, compiled in the 3rd century, describes something remarkable. A queen named Himiko, who ruled over a place the Chinese recorded as Yamato, and who appears to have unified a significant portion of the warring chiefdoms under something like a single authority. Himiko is described in these old accounts as unmarried, living secluded from most of her own people, attended and represented publicly by a single younger brother who carried her words and decisions out to her subjects, while she herself, it's said, ruled largely through spiritual authority, through ritual, divination, and a kind of sacred distance rather than through the sword. It's a striking image, a queen kept almost invisible on purpose, her power made stronger by how rarely anyone actually saw her. Modern historians still don't agree on exactly where Yamato stood. Some place it in northern Kyushu, close to the routes ships would have taken from the Korean peninsula. Others argue it sat much further east, in the Nara basin, closer to where the next great center of Japanese power would eventually rise. The debate has run for well over a century and shows no sign of settling soon. But whichever hillside her palace actually stood on, Himiko remains the very first ruler of Japan, whose name survives at all. A queen glimpsed only through the careful, second-hand ink of a foreign court, describing a country not their own. Slowly, out of all these scattered, competing, rice-growing communities, one region in particular, centered around the Yamato Plain, began to gather more power, more land, and more loyalty than any of its neighbors. What came next would be built, quite literally, on an enormous scale. Chapter 5. The Age of Great Tombs. By around the year 300, the rulers of the Yamato region, near what is now Nara and Osaka, had risen clearly above the other chiefdoms scattered across the islands. We call this next stretch of history the Kofun period, named for the enormous burial mounds these rulers built for themselves and their families. Kofun, which simply means old tomb. It is one of the most visually striking chapters in all of early Japanese history, an age remembered less for what its people wrote down since writing had barely arrived, and more for what they built and buried. Picture standing at the edge of one of these mounds on a quiet, overcast morning. Many are shaped, when seen from above, like an enormous keyhole, a circular mound joined to a triangular one, though from the ground you would see only a great green hill, terraced in tiers, ringed by a wide moat of still water reflecting the sky. Rows of hollow clay cylinders called haniwa once lined the slopes and borders of these tombs, shaped into simple standing soldiers, houses, horses, boats, even musicians and dancers. Silent honor guards keeping watch over the resting place of a king who had been dead for over 1,000 years before anyone alive today was born. The largest of these tombs, believed to be the resting place of Emperor Nintoku, covers an area larger than the pyramids of Giza, though it rises far less dramatically from the surrounding landscape, low and long and green rather than sharp-edged and pale. Building something on that scale required an enormous, carefully coordinated labor force, thousands of workers moving earth for months or years at a time, and that alone tells us something important about the Yamato rulers who commissioned it. By this point, they commanded not just their own home village, but tribute, organized labor, and loyalty from a wide and growing stretch of the surrounding land. This is, in a very real sense, the birth of a unified Japanese state, still loose, still closer to an alliance of powerful clans bound together by marriage and mutual interest than to a single centralized kingdom, but with the Yamato court sitting increasingly, unmistakably, at the center of it all. Trade and travelers moved steadily back and forth across the narrow strip of sea separating Japan from the Korean peninsula during this period, and with them came new ideas. Improved metalworking, mounted cavalry and horse trappings, new pottery styles, and eventually writing itself, carried over in the form of Chinese characters, adapted first for recording the Yamato court's own genealogies and later for capturing the sounds of the Japanese language itself. And near the very end of the Kofun period, in the middle years of the 6th century, one particular idea arrived from across that strait that would change the islands more deeply and more permanently than almost anything before it. A diplomatic mission from the Korean kingdom of Baekje sent a gift to the Yamato court, scriptures, ritual implements, and a bronze statue of the Buddha, along with a respectful letter recommending this new faith to Japan's rulers. Buddhism had arrived quietly as a gift between courts, and the argument over what to do with it would shape the next chapter of Japanese history entirely. Chapter 6. Buddhism, Prince Shotoku, and a New Order. The arrival of Buddhism did not settle in easily. Powerful clans at the Yamato court split sharply over whether to accept this foreign religion or reject it outright in favor of the native spirits, the kami, who had always been honored on these islands, spirits of mountains and rivers, of ancestors, of the harvest itself. The Soga clan championed the new faith, seeing in it not only spiritual value, but a useful connection to the sophisticated civilizations of Korea and China. The rival Mononobe and Nakatomi clans resisted fiercely, blaming outbreaks of plague on the anger of the native gods at having a foreign idol brought into the land. For decades, the dispute simmered, occasionally boiling over into open political violence until the pro-Buddhist Soga clan finally won out decisively at the end of the 6th century. From that point, Buddhism took root in Japan, not as a replacement for the old ways, but gradually and largely peacefully alongside them. The two belief systems learned, over time, to share the same land, the same festivals, sometimes even the same shrine grounds, a coexistence that still defines Japanese religious life today, where a family might celebrate a birth with a Shinto ceremony and mourn a death with a Buddhist funeral, without any sense of contradiction. At the turn of the 7th century, a regent named Prince Shotoku emerged as one of the most consequential figures in all of early Japanese history. Serving under his aunt, the reigning Empress Suiko, Shotoku threw the full weight of the court behind Buddhism's spread, sponsoring the construction of great temples, including Horyu-ji near Nara, whose wooden halls and pagoda still stand today and are considered among the oldest wooden buildings anywhere on Earth, having survived fire, earthquake, and war for well over 13 centuries. Shotoku is also remembered for drafting a set of 17 guiding principles for good government, encouraging harmony among officials, sincerity, respect for Buddhist teaching, and diligent, fair rule. It wasn't quite a legal code in the modern sense, more a moral compass meant to steer an aristocracy that had, until then, organized itself mostly around inherited clan status rather than any shared ethical standard. And Shotoku looked outward as well as inward, sending official missions across the sea to Tang Dynasty China, then at the height of its wealth and sophistication, to study its government, its philosophy, its architecture, and its written language firsthand. The changes Shotoku began were carried much further in the decades after his death, in a sweeping series of reforms known as the Taika reforms, beginning in the year 645. Modeled closely on the Chinese system, the reforms attempted to bring all land in Japan nominally under the direct control of the emperor to establish a structured, salaried bureaucracy in place of hereditary clan privilege, and to organize the country into formal provinces and districts, each reporting up through a clear chain of officials to the capital. A new capital city itself was eventually planned and built on a strict rectangular grid in careful imitation of the great Tang capital of Chang'an. Japan was, quite deliberately and quite ambitiously, remaking its entire system of government in the image of the greatest empire it knew of, while still holding fiercely onto its own emperor, its own language, and its own gods at the very center of the design. Chapter 7. Nara, the first true capital. In the year 710, Japan established its first genuinely permanent capital city at a place called Heijo-kyo, in what is now the modern city of Nara. Before this, tradition had generally required the capital to move with each new emperor, in part for religious reasons, since a ruler's death was believed to leave behind a kind of spiritual impurity that made the old site unsuitable for the next reign. But a capital that moved every few years made it almost impossible to build anything permanent, anything meant to last. So, following the Chinese example once again, the court finally settled into a fixed home, laid out in careful rectangular blocks, wide avenues running north to south, a planned city rather than a place that had simply grown. The 8th century in Nara was an age of tremendous ambition. Buddhism, now fully embraced at the highest levels of the imperial family, reached one of its grandest expressions in the construction of Todaiji Temple, home to an enormous bronze statue of the Buddha, cast in stages over several years and standing, once finished, nearly 50 feet tall, gilded in gold. The project strained the entire country's resources to complete. Picture the scale of the undertaking. Laborers hauling copper ore from mines across the provinces, furnaces glowing through the night for months at a stretch, an enormous timber-framed hall raised around the finished statue that remains, even today, among the largest wooden buildings ever constructed anywhere in the world. Emperor Shomu, who commissioned the project, hoped its completion would protect the entire nation from famine, disease, and unrest. A physical prayer cast in bronze and cedar meant to hold an entire country's fears at bay. It was also during this Nara period that Japan began, for the first time, to write down its own history and mythology in a lasting form. Two great early texts, the Kojiki and the Nihon Shoki, were compiled in the early 8th century, blending genealogy, legend, and court record, tracing the imperial line back, as we heard earlier tonight, all the way to the sun goddess Amaterasu herself. These are the very texts that preserve the old creation myths we began with. Izanagi's spear, the cave, the serpent Susanoo slew, the light coaxed back into the world, written down at last so they would not simply fade from memory. Poetry flourished alongside history. A vast anthology known as the Manyoshu, meaning the collection of 10,000 leaves, was compiled during this period, gathering more than 4,000 poems written across several generations by emperors, courtiers, soldiers, farmers, and anonymous voices alike. Some are grand and formal. Many are startlingly plain and personal, a soldier's letter home, a mother's grief, a simple description of moonlight on a river, and they remain, even now, some of the earliest and most tender verses in the entire Japanese literary tradition. But success brought its own complications. The growing wealth and political influence of Nara's Buddhist temples and their priesthoods eventually made the aristocracy deeply uneasy, worried that religious authority was beginning to rival or even threaten the authority of the throne itself. Toward the close of the 8th century, the decision was made, once again, to move the capital away from the temples that had grown so powerful around it. This time, the new capital would remain in place for the next 400 years. Chapter 8. The Grand Shrine at Ise. Before we follow the capital on its move north, it's worth pausing here, in the middle of this age of grand Buddhist temples, to visit a very different kind of sacred site, one that had already been standing quietly, largely unchanged, for centuries by this point, and remains, even now, arguably, the most important site in native Japanese religion. Deep in a forest in Mie Prefecture, on the eastern coast, sits the Grand Shrine of Ise, dedicated to Amaterasu herself, believed to house, since ancient times, the sacred mirror that once lured her out of hiding, one of the 3 imperial treasures. Unlike the great gilded temples of Nara, Ise is defined by an almost startling simplicity. Plain, unpainted cypress wood, thatched roofs, No ornamentation beyond the wood's own grain, approached through a long avenue of towering trees and crossed only after passing beneath a series of simple wooden torii gates, marking the gradual transition from the ordinary world into sacred ground. What makes Ise truly remarkable, though, is not its architecture alone, but a tradition called Shikinen Sengu, the practice, followed continuously since at least the 7th century, of tearing the entire shrine down and rebuilding it completely from scratch on an adjacent plot of land once every 20 years, using entirely new timber, cut and prepared according to techniques passed down, craftsman to apprentice, across dozens of unbroken generations. The old shrine is dismantled, its site left as bare, raked gravel until the next rebuilding 2 decades later, when the whole cycle simply repeats. Ise has now been rebuilt more than 60 times, which means the physical wood you would see standing there today is never more than 20 years old, even though the shrine itself, as an idea, as a continuous act of devotion, is well over 13 centuries old. There is something worth sitting with in that practice. It suggests a very particular way of thinking about permanence, not as something achieved once and defended forever after, but as something renewed, deliberately, again and again, generation after generation, each rebuilding an act of faith that someone will still be here, still willing to do the work, 20 years further on. Shinto itself, the native religion these shrines serve, holds no single founder, no single sacred text in the way Buddhism or Christianity does. It is built instead around this idea of kami, countless spirits inhabiting mountains, waterfalls, ancient trees, the sea, the harvest, even a particularly striking rock, and around the simple, repeated practice of approaching them with purity, gratitude, and quiet respect. A torii gate marking the edge of a shrine's ground, a ladle of water for rinsing the hands before approaching. A shrine rebuilt faithfully once every 20 years, so that the wood is always new even as the devotion behind it never changes at all. Interlude: Building without nails. Both Horyuji, which we visited earlier in the story of Prince Shotoku, and the endlessly rebuilt shrine at Ise, share something remarkable beneath their very different appearances. Neither relies on metal nails to hold its timber frame together. Traditional Japanese temple and shrine carpentry, refined over the very centuries we've been walking through tonight, developed instead an extraordinarily sophisticated system of interlocking wooden joints, beams, and posts cut with such precision that they lock directly into one another, some joints concealed entirely within the wood itself, invisible once assembled, holding an enormous multi-ton timber structure together through geometry and friction alone. This approach wasn't simply an aesthetic preference. Japan's frequent earthquakes made rigid, fully fixed construction genuinely dangerous. A building that cannot flex at all is far more likely to crack and collapse than one built with joints that can absorb and dissipate a tremor's energy by shifting slightly, then settling back into place once the shaking passes. Wooden joinery, unlike a rigid nailed or bolted frame, gave these ancient structures a kind of controlled give, and it's a large part of why buildings like Horyuji have survived, essentially intact, for well over 13 centuries, through countless earthquakes that leveled far newer, more rigidly built structures around them. This knowledge was passed down across generations almost entirely through direct apprenticeship rather than written instruction. Master carpenters, called miyadaiku when working specifically on shrines and temples, training students for years through hands-on practice before entrusting them with the more complex joints. The tradition continues today in a small, dedicated community of craftsmen who still repair and, following the Ise model, periodically rebuild some of the country's most treasured wooden structures using essentially the same tools and techniques their distant predecessors would have recognized immediately. A quiet, patient chain of hands stretching back, unbroken, to the same era that first raised Horyuji's pagoda against the sky. Chapter 9. Heian, the court in bloom. In 794, the capital shifted a modest distance northward to a new city called Heian-kyo, the city of peace and tranquility, which we know today as Kyoto. For the next 4 centuries, it would remain the seat of the emperor, and this long, luminous stretch, the Heian period, is remembered as one of the most refined and artistically rich eras in the entire span of Japanese history. a time when Japan turned inward, largely stopped sending official missions to China, and began cultivating something that felt, for the first time, distinctly and confidently its own. Life at the Heian court moved to an entirely different rhythm than the age of great tombs and sweeping reforms before it. This was a world of screens and curtains, of rooms lit by oil lamps and scented with carefully blended incense, where a nobleman might fall in love with a woman he had never actually seen, based only on a few lines of poetry passed between them and a glimpse of patterned sleeve beneath a curtain's edge. Clothing itself became a language. Court ladies wore layered silk robes, sometimes a dozen layers deep, each chosen and combined for the subtle harmony of its colors, a combination that might be praised for evoking, say, the exact shade of plum blossoms just past their peak, or autumn maple leaves at the height of turning. Handwriting was judged nearly as carefully as the words it formed, and a clumsy brushstroke could genuinely damage a courtier's reputation. It was in this hushed, perfumed world of court ladies, poetry contests, and carefully managed reputations that a noble woman named Murasaki Shikibu wrote The Tale of Genji, often called the world's first true novel, a long, gentle, deeply psychological story following the loves, ambitions, and quiet sorrows of a fictional prince across decades of court life. It remains, more than 1,000 years later, one of the most translated and studied works of literature to ever come out of Japan, still read, still moving readers today. Chapter 10. The Pillow Book and Court Life. A contemporary of Murasaki Shikibu, another court woman named Sei Shonagon, wrote something very different in tone. The Pillow Book, a collection of sharp, witty, wonderfully specific observations about daily court life. Little numbered lists of things that delight her, things that annoy her, things that are beautiful only at certain times of year. Reading it today feels almost like reading someone's private journal, over 1,000 years after she set it down. She writes of the particular pleasure of a lover leaving at dawn who takes the trouble to say something graceful on his way out, of the irritation of a crying baby at an inconvenient moment, of the specific loveliness of thin, falling snow against a red plum blossom. It is intimate in a way almost nothing else surviving from this era is. Funny, opinionated, occasionally catty about rivals at court, and utterly, recognizably human across the gulf of 10 centuries. The women of the Heian court, in fact, were largely responsible for the era's greatest literary achievements, in part because of an accident of language. Formal scholarship and government documents were written in Chinese characters considered proper, serious writing, the domain mostly of men. Japanese women at court, by contrast, wrote largely in a simplified, flowing phonetic script called hiragana, sometimes dismissively called women's hand at the time, which paradoxically freed them to write in their own living language rather than a foreign scholarly one. And it was in that supposedly lesser script that Genji and the Pillow Book, among the most enduring works in the entire Japanese canon, were composed. Beyond the writing itself, Heian court culture prized an almost overwhelming attentiveness to beauty in passing moments, a sensibility later writers would come to call mono-no-aware, the gentle, bittersweet awareness of the impermanence of things, a cherry blossom prized precisely because it will fall within the week, a autumn moon admired all the more because the season is already turning toward winter. That particular way of feeling, tender, a little melancholy, deeply attuned to the passage of time, would go on to shape Japanese art and poetry for the next 1,000 years, all the way into the present day. Chapter 11. The Fujiwara Regency and the Rise of the Samurai. Behind this elegant surface, though, real political power was steadily slipping away from the emperors themselves and into the hands of one particular noble family, the Fujiwara clan, who, generation after generation, arranged for their daughters to marry reigning emperors and then ruled as regents for their own grandsons in all but name, controlling the machinery of the court, while the emperor himself remained a sacred, largely ceremonial figure at its center. At the height of their influence, under a statesman named Fujiwara no Michinaga in the early 11th century, The family had married their daughters to 4 successive emperors, making Michinaga without ever holding the throne himself, arguably the single most powerful man in the entire country for decades. And far from the perfumed rooms of the capital, out in the provinces, something else was quietly, steadily growing. Local landowners, unable to rely on a distant and increasingly disengaged central government to protect their estates from bandits or rival claims, began arming themselves and their retainers directly. Over generations, these armed provincial households solidified into a distinct warrior class, the samurai, and by the later years of the Heian period, 2 of these warrior families in particular, the Taira and the Minamoto, had grown so powerful and so bitterly opposed to one another that they began fighting not just over provincial land, but for control of the imperial court itself. That struggle would end the Heian period entirely and open the door to 7 centuries in which Japan would be governed not from behind a perfumed curtain, but from the edge of a sword. Interlude: The Cloistered Emperors. By the closing decades of the Heian period, the Fujiwara family's long grip on power had begun to loosen, and a curious new arrangement took its place, one almost as strange as anything in the old myths. A reigning emperor, rather than simply staying on the throne for life, might choose to formally abdicate in favor of a young son or grandson, and then continue ruling the country anyway from a separate residence, as a retired emperor no longer bound by the elaborate ritual restrictions that came with sitting on the throne itself. Historians call this system insei, cloistered rule, and it allowed a handful of especially capable retired emperors, most notably Emperor Shirakawa beginning in 1086, to govern the country with real, direct authority for decades, while a succession of child or teenage emperors occupied the formal throne in name only. It's an unusual solution to a very old problem. How does a ruler hold on to genuine power within a system that ties so much sacred authority to a single ceremonial office? By stepping down, a retired emperor freed himself from the rigid protocols and constant ritual obligations of the throne, while keeping every bit of the influence that came from being the head of the imperial family, often continuing to shape court appointments, land grants, and policy from a private residence for 20 or 30 years after his official abdication. Some retired emperors even took Buddhist vows and shaved their heads as monks while continuing to run the government in every practical sense, a striking blend of renunciation and control existing side by side. This cloistered system helped briefly restore some measure of direct imperial influence after generations of Fujiwara dominance, but it also left the country's actual governance increasingly fragmented, split between a reigning emperor, a retired emperor, and the great noble families still maneuvering around both of them. Into that fragmented, competitive space, the provincial warrior clans we've already begun to meet, the Taira and the Minamoto, found growing opportunity to make themselves indispensable, hired increasingly often to help settle disputes and enforce the will of whichever faction could pay for their swords, a slow, steady shift of real power away from the court and toward the warriors who served it, one quiet arrangement at a time. Interlude: Taira no Kiyomori and the Tale of the Heike. Among the warrior families rising through this fragmented late Heian world, none climbed faster or further than the Taira clan under a leader named Taira no Kiyomori. Called in from the provinces to help suppress a series of court rebellions in the 1150s, Kiyomori proved himself so useful and so ruthless that he was rewarded with a rapid string of promotions entirely unprecedented for a member of the warrior class, eventually rising to the position of chancellor, the highest civil office in the land, a role that had until then been reserved almost exclusively for the old court nobility. Kiyomori consolidated his family's position the same way the Fujiwara had before him, marrying his daughters into the imperial line itself, and when his own grandson, still an infant, was placed on the throne in 1180, it seemed, for a brief moment, as though the Taira clan might simply have replaced the Fujiwara as Japan's true ruling power permanently, while the warrior class the family had risen from continued to grow in wealth and arrogance around them. That arrogance, historical accounts suggest, alienated a great many people, both at court and among rival warrior families, and helped fuel the rebellion, led by the rival Minamoto clan, that would erupt within just a few years into the Genpei War we'll hear about shortly, the war that finally destroyed the Taira and reshaped the entire country's government. The Taira clan's dramatic rise and even more dramatic fall became, in the centuries that followed, the subject of one of the most beloved and enduring works in all of Japanese literature, the Heike Monogatari, the Tale of the Heike, an epic account, part history and part legend, traditionally performed aloud by traveling blind minstrels who chanted its verses to the accompaniment of a lute-like instrument called a biwa, carrying the story from village to village across the country for generations before it was ever fully written down. The tale opens with what remains, even today, one of the most famous lines in the entire Japanese literary tradition, a line every Japanese schoolchild still learns. The bell of the Gion Shoja temple tolls the impermanence of all things, and the color of the sala flowers reveals the truth that the prosperous must decline. It is a story, in other words, told from its very first line as a meditation on the fleeting nature of power itself, exactly the same gentle, melancholy sensibility we heard about earlier tonight in the Heian court's Love of Mono no Aware, only now applied to the rise and catastrophic fall of an entire warrior clan drowned beneath the waves at Dan no Ura with the very child Emperor Kiyomori had once placed on the throne. Chapter 12. The Genpei War and the First Shogunate. The conflict between the Taira and Minamoto clans, remembered as the Genpei War, stretched across the final years of the 12th century, fought in mountain passes, along riverbanks, and finally at sea, at a battle called Dan no Ura in the Shimonoseki Strait, where the Taira fleet was cornered and decisively destroyed, and where, according to legend, the child emperor Antoku, carried into the losing side's care, drowned in his grandmother's arms rather than face capture. Taking with him, the story goes, one of the 3 sacred imperial regalia, lost forever beneath the waves. The victorious Minamoto leader, a man named Minamoto no Yoritomo, did something no one before him had quite done in this particular way. Rather than simply installing himself at the existing capital and ruling in the emperor's name from within it, he established an entirely separate military government far to the east, in a coastal town called Kamakura, and took for himself the title of shogun, a great general to whom the emperor formally delegated military authority over the realm. The emperor remained on the throne in Kyoto, still honored, still sacred, the unbroken thread back to Amaterasu still intact, but from this point forward, largely a figurehead in practical terms. Real governing power belonged to the shogun, and before long to the shogun's own regents in turn, since the Minamoto line itself would not hold power for very many generations before the Hojo family, acting as regents to the shogun much as the Fujiwara had once acted as regents to the emperor, quietly took over the actual running of the government. This layered arrangement, a sacred emperor who reigns, a shogun who theoretically governs, and often a regent who actually decides, would come to define Japan's political structure for the better part of the next 700 years. The Kamakura period brought with it a new and demanding code of values suited to a warrior class now firmly at the center of national life, one that prized loyalty above personal safety, discipline over comfort, and a willingness to face death calmly and without complaint, ideals that would later be romanticized, refined, and written about extensively as Bushido, the way of the warrior, though the term itself would not be formalized until centuries afterward. Alongside this new warrior ethic came a form of Buddhism especially suited to it. Zen, newly introduced from China, with its emphasis on direct meditation, discipline, and simplicity over elaborate scripture and ritual, took deep and lasting root among the samurai class during this era and would go on to shape Japanese aesthetics from painting to gardening to swordsmanship for centuries to come. Interlude: Aisai and the arrival of tea. We've spent time tonight with Sen no Rikyu, the tea master who refined the ceremony into a complete philosophy of restraint, but tea itself had already been growing quietly in Japan for 4 centuries before Rikyu was ever born, thanks to a Buddhist monk named Aisai, the very monk, in fact, who first carried the Rinzai school of Zen we heard about earlier back from China to Japan in the late 12th century, right at the start of the Kamakura period. Tea had actually arrived once before, briefly, during the Heian court's fascination with Tang Dynasty China, but that first introduction had mostly faded out, along with Japan's broader retreat from official Chinese contact during the Heian period's more insular later centuries. Eisai reintroduced it deliberately and successfully in 1191, bringing tea seeds back from his second study trip to China and planting them at a temple in Kyushu, convinced that the drink's stimulating, clarifying properties made it an ideal companion to the long hours of seated Zen meditation he was working at the very same time to establish across Japan. He later wrote a short treatise, Kisa Yojoki, on drinking tea for health, presenting a jar of tea seeds and his own written arguments in its favor to an ailing shogun, whose subsequent recovery, whether genuinely due to the tea or simply to good timing, only helped cement tea's growing reputation among Japan's warrior elite. From that monastic beginning, tea cultivation and drinking spread steadily outward across the following centuries, first among Zen monasteries and the samurai class who patronized them, then gradually into the broader, elaborate tea gatherings of wealthy Muromachi-era connoisseurs, competitions to correctly identify different tea varieties by taste alone, elaborate imported Chinese tea wares displayed as status symbols, the exact, ornate, competitive culture that Sen no Rikyu, working generations later under Nobunaga and Hideyoshi, would eventually strip back down to something far quieter and more humble. Two very different tea cultures then, 4 centuries apart, a monk seeking mental clarity for meditation, and a master seeking simplicity for its own sake, both drawing from the very same plant, still growing, still being harvested on terraced hillsides across Japan today. Chapter 13. The Mongol Invasions. Toward the final decades of the 13th century, Japan faced a threat unlike anything it had ever encountered before. Not a rival clan or a domestic rebellion, but the largest and most successful land empire the world had yet seen. The Mongol Empire, under Kublai Khan, having already conquered the whole of China and much of Asia, turned its attention across the sea to Japan, and when repeated demands for submission were refused, and Mongol envoys were, in one case, executed outright, Kublai Khan assembled an enormous invasion fleet. The first invasion came in 1274, a combined force of Mongol, Chinese, and Korean troops landing on the shores of Kyushu, overwhelming local defenders in several sharp engagements before a sudden storm forced the fleet to withdraw, damaged and diminished, back across the sea. Japan, shaken, spent the following years building coastal fortifications, stone walls along the likely landing beaches, in anticipation of a second attempt. It came in 1281, an even larger fleet, numbering in the many hundreds of ships, and by some estimates, well over 100,000 men, the largest seaborne invasion force the world had seen up to that point. For weeks, the invaders were held at the coastal defenses, unable to break through and establish a secure foothold. And then, once again, a massive storm, likely a typhoon, rose up over the strait and tore through the anchored invasion fleet, sinking or scattering a huge portion of the ships and drowning enormous numbers of the soldiers still aboard them. The Japanese called these storms kamikaze, divine wind, understanding them not as coincidence, but as a genuine act of divine protection, a sign that the gods themselves, the same gods who had shaped the islands from the tip of a jeweled spear, still watched over the land and would not let it fall. The victory, however miraculous it felt, came at a heavy cost the Kamakura shogunate never fully recovered from. Unlike a war against a rival domestic clan, there was no captured territory, no plunder, no new land to distribute among the samurai who had fought and bled defending the coastline, and their growing resentment over the lack of reward would fester for decades, quietly eroding the loyalty and financial stability the shogunate depended on. Interlude: Zen Master Dogen and the founding of Soto Zen. Among the many monks who traveled to China during the Kamakura period, seeking a deeper understanding of Buddhism, few left a more lasting mark than a young monk named Dogen, who sailed for China in 1223, still searching for answers to a question that had troubled him since childhood. If all beings already possess Buddha nature, as his early teachers insisted, why must anyone struggle so hard to attain enlightenment at all? He found his answer eventually under a Chinese Zen master who taught him a deceptively simple practice, seated meditation, zazen, approached not as a means toward some later, separate goal of enlightenment, but as the direct, complete expression of enlightenment itself, in the sitting, in this very breath, right now. Dogen returned to Japan in 1227, and after some years of quiet teaching, eventually withdrew from the political and religious establishment of Kyoto entirely, retreating deep into the mountains of Echizen province to found a monastery called Eiheiji, the Temple of Eternal Peace, deliberately choosing distance from the capital's court intrigues and factional Buddhist politics in favor of a strict, simple, disciplined monastic life, centered almost entirely around the practice of sitting. The school of Zen Dogen, founded Soto Zen, spread more slowly and quietly than some of its rival Zen lineages, favored less by the flashier warrior elite, drawn to the sword-sharp, koan-driven Rinzai school that Zen masters like Eisai had already established, and more by ordinary provincial samurai and farming communities across the countryside, drawn to its patient, unhurried emphasis on simply sitting, breath after breath, without straining after any particular result. Eiheiji still stands today, deep in its mountain valley, and Soto Zen remains one of the largest Buddhist schools in Japan, its core teaching essentially unchanged across 8 centuries. Sit down, be still, and trust that the stillness itself is already completely enough. Chapter 14. The Fall of Kamakura. That slow erosion finally broke apart entirely in the early 1330s. Emperor Go-Daigo, chafing at the largely ceremonial role emperors had been reduced to for well over a century, began actively plotting to overthrow the Kamakura shogunate and restore genuine imperial rule in fact as well as in name. His first attempt failed and he was exiled, but he escaped, rallied a coalition of disaffected samurai, including, crucially, a Kamakura general named Ashikaga Takauji, who switched sides at a critical moment, and together they toppled the shogunate in 1333. For a brief few years, in what's remembered as the Meiji Restoration, Go-Daigo attempted to rule directly, without a shogun standing between himself and the actual machinery of government, redistributing land and titles largely according to his own judgment. But the samurai class who had done the actual fighting to bring him to power quickly grew disillusioned, feeling their service had gone unrewarded while courtiers close to the emperor benefited instead, and within just a few years, Ashikaga Takauji, the same general who had helped restore Go-Daigo to power, turned against him in turn, drove him from Kyoto, and installed a rival emperor more amenable to his own authority, taking the title of shogun for himself in 1338. Go-Daigo fled south to the mountains and set up a rival court of his own, and for nearly 60 years afterward, Japan found itself with 2 competing imperial lines, a northern court backed by the Ashikaga shogunate in Kyoto, and a southern court holding out in the mountains, each claiming to be the true and legitimate emperor. The split was finally healed in 1392, the southern line formally yielding back to the northern one, but the uneasy, improvised nature of the Ashikaga shogunate's own founding, born from betrayal rather than clean, decisive victory, would leave it permanently weaker and less secure than the Kamakura government it had replaced, a weakness that would come back to haunt it within just a few more generations. Chapter 15. Muromachi, Culture and Chaos. The new warrior family in charge, the Ashikaga, established their government back in Kyoto itself, in the Muromachi district of the city, lending this next long era its name. The Muromachi period is, in many ways, a study in contrasts, chaotic and violent in its politics, extraordinarily refined and creative in its culture, often at the very same moment. This is the age of the Golden Pavilion, Kinkaku-ji, its upper floors sheathed entirely in gold leaf, reflected perfectly in the still garden pond beneath it, built as a retirement villa for the shogun Ashikaga Yoshimitsu. It is the age of the tea ceremony's quiet refinement into a deliberate, almost meditative art of hospitality and of no theater, slow, masked, and hypnotic, performed with a stillness that asks its audience to lean forward rather than be entertained outright. Later in the period, a different shogun, Ashikaga Yoshimasa, less politically capable than his ancestor, but every bit as devoted to aesthetics, built his own retirement villa, the Silver Pavilion, Ginkaku-ji, intended to be covered in silver leaf to mirror the golden original, though the silver was, in the end, never actually applied, leaving instead an unpainted wooden structure whose quiet, understated darkness would come to define an entirely new aesthetic ideal in Japanese art. Wabi-sabi, a deep appreciation for imperfection, impermanence, and simplicity over gilded perfection. But the Ashikaga shoguns never held the reins of national power nearly as firmly as the Kamakura government before them had, and in 1467, a dispute over shogunal succession erupted into a devastating conflict called the Onin War, fought largely within the streets of Kyoto itself, which burned enormous portions of the ancient capital to the ground over the course of a single brutal decade, and, more consequentially, shattered whatever remained of genuine central authority across the entire country. What followed is remembered as the Sengoku Jidai, the age of the country at war, roughly a century in which local warlords, called daimyo, fought one another almost continuously across the length and breadth of Japan, for territory, for survival, and for the increasingly distant dream of one day ruling the whole country outright. It was a hard, unstable, dangerous century to be alive in. Alliances shifted overnight. Castles rose on every strategically useful hilltop. Peasant farmers were routinely conscripted into armies during the growing season and sent home in time for harvest, only to be called up again the following spring. Interlude: Carving the No mask. We've mentioned No Theater's slow, masked performances more than once tonight, and the masks themselves deserve a moment of their own, since carving one properly remains, even today, a highly specialized art passed down through only a small number of dedicated craftsmen, each mask carved by hand from a single block of Japanese cypress, hollowed and shaped over weeks of careful, patient work before being lacquered, painted, and finished with real hair or delicate gold leaf detailing around the eyes. What makes a great No mask remarkable is not simply the skill of its carving, but a subtler, more difficult effect the finest examples achieve. The ability to appear to shift expression depending on the precise angle at which it catches the light and the tilt of the actor's head wearing it, a technique performers call kumorasu, clouding, and terasu, illuminating, tilting the mask's face very slightly downward to suggest sorrow, the shadow of the brow deepening the expression, or slightly upward to suggest a lighter, more hopeful feeling. The same carved wooden object seeming remarkably to hold several completely different emotional expressions within a single unmoving surface, released only through the actor's own careful, minimal movement. Masks are carved for specific, recurring character types rather than individual plays. A young woman, an old man, a vengeful spirit, a demon, and many of the most treasured masks still in use today are themselves centuries old, passed down within specific No theatrical families and lineages, used and reused across generations of performances, believed by many practitioners to slowly absorb something of the character's spirit the longer and more skillfully they are worn. It's a fitting continuation of the same quiet aesthetic thread running through nearly everything else we've admired tonight. Restraint standing in for expression. A single carved, unmoving face somehow saying more, through its stillness, than an actor's own bare features ever could. Chapter 16. Stillness in Stone and Gravel. Amid all that chaos, it's worth resting for a moment on one of the quietest, most enduring artistic legacies to come out of this turbulent century. The Japanese dry garden, karesansui, gardens built entirely from raked white gravel, carefully placed stones, and the occasional patch of moss, with no water at all, and often almost no plant life, meant to suggest, through pure arrangement and restraint, entire landscapes of mountains and flowing rivers. The most famous of these, at a temple called Ryoan-ji in Kyoto, consists of little more than 15 stones arranged across a rectangle of raked white gravel enclosed by a low earthen wall, and yet visitors have sat quietly on its wooden veranda for over 500 years studying the arrangement, and it is famously said that no matter where you sit along that veranda, you can only ever see 14 of the 15 stones at once. One is always hidden from view, whichever angle you choose. No one recorded who designed it or precisely why, and the mystery of its meaning has only deepened its pull on visitors across the centuries. These gardens grew directly out of the Zen Buddhist temples that samurai patronage had helped spread across Japan during the Kamakura and Muromachi periods, spaces designed not for walking through or admiring from a distance, but for sitting with quietly, the way one might sit with a single held breath. Elsewhere, in the temple grounds and villa gardens built by wealthier patrons, a different and gentler tradition flourished alongside the dry stone gardens, strolling gardens built around a central pond with carefully composed paths winding past maple trees, stone lanterns, and small arched bridges, each turn in the path revealing a new, deliberately composed view, borrowed scenery as the technique came to be called, framing a distant hill or temple roof beyond the garden's own walls as though it belonged to the garden itself. Both traditions, the austere gravel garden and the wandering pond garden, shared the same underlying instinct that a carefully composed empty space, approached slowly and without hurry, could hold as much meaning as anything built to fill it. Interlude: Ikebana and the art of flower arranging. Growing directly out of the same Buddhist temple culture that gave rise to the tea ceremony and the dry rock garden, another quiet, disciplined art form took shape during the Muromachi period we've been exploring. Ikebana, the formal arrangement of cut flowers and branches, which began as a devotional practice, simple floral offerings placed before Buddhist altars, and gradually developed, over succeeding centuries, into a refined and highly codified art studied for its own sake. The oldest and most influential school, Ikenobo, traces its origins to a Buddhist priest tending the flower offerings at a temple beside Kyoto's Rokakudo Temple in the 15th century. In the family lineage of instructors descending from that original temple, Gardner has continued, teacher to student, in an unbroken line for well over 500 years since. Unlike a simple decorative bouquet, formal ikebana is built around deliberate, carefully considered asymmetry and negative space, an arrangement typically constructed around three main structural lines, traditionally understood as representing heaven, earth, and humanity, with just as much attention paid to the empty space left between the branches as to the flowers filling it. The same instinct for meaningful emptiness we already encountered in the dry rock gardens of this same era. Ikebana spread beyond temple walls and into the households of samurai and, eventually, the broader merchant class during the Edo period, becoming, alongside tea ceremony and calligraphy, one of the standard accomplishments expected of a well-educated woman by the 19th century, and it remains a widely practiced art in Japan today, studied through dozens of distinct schools, each with its own particular philosophy and technique, but all sharing that same original instinct that a small number of carefully chosen, carefully placed living things arranged with patience and restraint can hold far more quiet meaning than an armful of flowers ever could. Chapter 17. Rivals of the Sengoku. Long before the three men who would eventually reunify the entire country rose to prominence, the century of warring states produced dozens of remarkable, fiercely capable warlords, most of whom never came close to ruling all of Japan, but whose rivalries have remained deeply embedded in Japanese popular memory ever since, retold endlessly in later plays, prints, novels, and films. Few rivalries are more celebrated than the one between Takeda Shingen, lord of the mountainous Kai province, and Uesugi Kenshin, lord of neighboring Echigo to the north. Both men were regarded, even by their enemies, as brilliant tacticians, and over more than a decade the two clashed repeatedly at a place called Kawanakawa, a river plain lying roughly between their territories, in a series of engagements now remembered collectively as the 5 battles of Kawanakajima. Most of these encounters ended as tense standoffs rather than decisive victories for either side, with armies maneuvering for position for weeks before withdrawing without full-scale battle. The fourth and most famous of these engagements, in 1561, did erupt into ferocious close-quarters fighting, and later legend, more romantic than reliably documented, tells of Uesugi Kenshin personally riding his horse into the heart of Takeda Shingen's camp and attacking the rival lord directly with his sword, only for Shingen to fend off the blows with his iron war fan. Despite the fierce rivalry, the two men are said to have held a strange mutual respect for one another. When Takeda's territory, landlocked in the mountains, was cut off from salt supplies by a rival coastal lord hoping to strangle his domain through economic pressure rather than open battle, Uesugi Kenshin, his sworn enemy, reportedly sent his own shipments of salt to Takeda's people anyway, reasoning that a true victory should be won by the sword, not by starving an enemy's civilians. Whether or not every detail of that story survived the retelling intact, it has endured for centuries precisely because it captures something the Japanese storytelling tradition prized deeply, that even bitter rivals could be bound by an honor code larger than their conflict itself. Elsewhere across the fractured country, other great lords built their own legacies during these same turbulent decades. In the West, Mori Motonari rose from a minor local lord to control much of the Chugoku region through a combination of shrewd alliance and decisive battlefield victories, reportedly counseling his 3 sons on his deathbed that 3 arrows bound together could not be broken as easily as a single arrow alone, a lesson in unity that Japanese schoolchildren are still taught today. Far to the north, Date Masamune, who lost an eye to illness as a child and wore a distinctive crescent moon helmet ever after, built a formidable domain in the Tohoku region and would later, after the country's eventual reunification, send an extraordinary diplomatic mission all the way to Rome, seeking trade and alliance with distant Europe on his own initiative. None of these men would live to see Japan reunified under their own banner. But the century they fought through, brutal and unstable as it was, produced an entire generation of leadership, administrative innovation, and battlefield tactics that the eventual unifiers of the country would draw on directly. Interlude: Castles and Castle Towns. The century of warring states left a physical legacy still visible across Japan today in the great stone castles that daimyo across the country raced to build, expand, and fortify as the fighting dragged on. Early Sengoku-era fortifications were often simple wooden structures on defensible hilltops, but as the decades wore on and warfare grew more sophisticated, particularly after firearms entered the picture, castle design evolved into something far more elaborate: massive sloped stone foundations engineered to resist both cannon fire and earthquakes, topped with soaring, multi-story wooden keeps called tenshu. Their white plastered walls and dark, tiled, upturned rooflines becoming one of the most recognizable silhouettes in the entire Japanese landscape. Himeji Castle, west of Osaka, remains the finest surviving example, its brilliant white plastered walls and complex of interlocking gates and courtyards earning it the nickname the White Heron Castle, for the way its tiered roofs are said to resemble a great white bird spreading its wings just before flight. Its design was as much about calculated defense as beauty. A visiting attacker working through its maze of gates and dead-end courtyards would find themselves exposed again and again to arrow slits and gun ports positioned along every turn, the entire elegant structure functioning underneath its grace as a carefully engineered killing ground. These castles rarely stood alone. Daimyo deliberately relocated merchants, artisans, and retainers to live in planned towns clustered around the castle's base, called Jokamachi castle towns, laid out with the samurai quarter closest to the keep. Merchant and artisan districts arranged further out by trade, each craft often given its own dedicated street or neighborhood: a potter's row, a swordsmith's row, a dyer's row. Many of Japan's largest modern cities, including Nagoya, Kanazawa, and much of Tokyo itself, grew directly out of castle towns, first laid out during this restless, fortified century, their old street patterns, their old neighborhood names, quietly surviving underneath the modern city built up around them centuries later. Chapter 18: Firearms, Faith, and Foreign Ships. Something else arrived on Japan's shores during this same turbulent century, something that would change the shape of its wars and, briefly, its faith as well. In 1543, a Portuguese ship, blown off course, landed on the small island of Tanegashima off the southern coast of Kyushu, and its crew carried with them something the Japanese had never seen before: matchlock firearms. Local craftsmen studied the weapons carefully and, within a remarkably short time, began producing high-quality copies of their own, and within a few decades, Japan was manufacturing firearms in numbers that rivaled or exceeded most of Europe, weapons that would soon reshape the battlefields of the Sengoku era entirely. Portuguese and Spanish traders followed the same routes, and with them came Catholic missionaries, most famously the Jesuit priest Francis Xavier, who arrived in 1549 and began preaching across southern Japan, Christianity spread with surprising speed in certain regions, particularly among daimyo eager for access to foreign trade and firearms, and by the century's end, several 100,000 Japanese converts had been baptized, along with a number of prominent local lords. For a brief window, it seemed entirely possible that Christianity might become a lasting, significant part of Japanese religious life. That window, as we'll see later tonight, would eventually close hard and violently. But for now, in the middle of this restless century of war, foreign ships, foreign guns, and a foreign faith had all quietly slipped ashore, each of them about to play a part in the story of how Japan was finally, forcibly, stitched back together. Interlude: the Waiko and the uneasy trade with Ming China. Through much of the Muromachi period, Japan's relationship with mainland Asia carried an uncomfortable double character, part cautious diplomacy, part outright piracy. The third Ashikaga shogun, Yoshimitsu, the same ruler who built the Golden Pavilion Kinkakuji we heard about earlier, worked to establish formal, profitable trade with Ming China in the early 15th century, going so far as to accept, controversially, the Chinese title King of Japan as part of the arrangement, a tributary status many of his own countrymen found deeply humiliating, since it implied Japan's subordination to the Chinese emperor rather than an exchange between equals. That official trade brought valuable Chinese silk, books, and copper coins into Japan in exchange for Japanese swords, folding fans, and sulfur. But it existed alongside a much less official and far more dangerous current. Bands of Japanese pirates, known to their victims as Waiko, who raided the coasts of Korea and China throughout the 14th, 15th, and 16th centuries, particularly during the periods when Japan's own weak central authority left coastal warlords and dispossessed samurai with little to lose and considerable incentive to turn to plunder instead. Waiko fleets grew bold enough at points to sack walled coastal cities and even sail some distance up major Chinese and Korean rivers, becoming a serious enough problem that both the Ming and Korean governments repeatedly lodged formal diplomatic protests, with whatever Japanese authority happened to hold enough power at the time to plausibly answer for them. By the height of the Sengoku Jidai, Waiko crews had grown genuinely multinational, absorbing Chinese, Korean, and Portuguese sailors and smugglers alongside their Japanese corps, blurring the line between piracy and simple unlicensed trade during an era when official government-sanctioned commerce remained tightly, frustratingly restricted. It's a useful reminder that Japan's relationship with the outside world, even centuries before Perry's black ships forced the country's hand, was never quite as sealed or simple as the later, more famous Edo period isolation might suggest. This same coastline had already spent 2 centuries being crossed, illegally and often violently, in both directions. Chapter 19. Oda Nobunaga. The first of the 3 great unifiers was Oda Nobunaga, a daimyo from a relatively minor family in Owari province, who rose to prominence through sheer boldness, tactical brilliance, and an unusual willingness to embrace both new technology and unconventional strategy. Early in his career, badly outnumbered, he won a stunning victory at the Battle of Okahazama in 1560 by launching a surprise attack during a violent storm against a much larger rival force, a gamble that could easily have destroyed him and instead made his reputation. Nobunaga understood, better than almost any of his rivals, the power of the newly arrived firearms. At the Battle of Nagashino in 1575, he arranged his gunners behind wooden palisades in carefully rotated ranks, allowing continuous volleys of fire that cut down wave after wave of cavalry charges from the Takeda clan, one of the most feared mounted forces in the country, in a battle now widely remembered as a genuine turning point in Japanese warfare, the moment the age of the mounted samurai charge began giving way to the age of massed, coordinated gunfire. Nobunaga was ruthless in pursuit of his ambitions, famously showing little patience for the political and religious independence of Buddhist warrior monasteries that opposed him, most notoriously burning the temple complex on Mount Hiei in 1571 and killing thousands of monks, soldiers, and civilians sheltered there. By the early 1580s, through a combination of military conquest, shrewd alliance, and outright intimidation, he controlled a large and growing portion of central Japan and seemed, to many observers, well on his way to unifying the entire country under his own rule. He never got the chance to finish the job. In the summer of 1582, one of his own generals, Akechi Mitsuhide, turned against him without warning, surrounding him with troops at Honnoji Temple in Kyoto, where Nobunaga had stopped with only a small escort. Trapped, badly outnumbered, and with no realistic hope of escape or rescue, Nobunaga is said to have set the temple ablaze around himself and taken his own life rather than be captured, ending the career of Japan's first great unifier at the height of his power in a single, sudden night. Chapter 20. Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Nobunaga's unfinished work was carried forward with remarkable speed by one of his own most talented generals, a man named Toyotomi Hideyoshi. What made Hideyoshi's rise so extraordinary was where he had started. Born to a peasant family, with no significant clan name or inherited status behind him at all, in a society that was otherwise almost entirely organized around hereditary rank, that a man from so humble an origin could rise to become the most powerful figure in the entire country was, quite simply, almost unheard of, and it remains one of the most celebrated rags-to-power stories in all of Japanese history. Within days of Nobunaga's death, Hideyoshi moved swiftly to defeat Akechi Mitsuhide, the general responsible for the betrayal, and from there systematically outmaneuvered Nobunaga's other former generals and heirs to claim leadership of his late lord's territory and ambitions for himself. Over the following decade, through a mixture of military campaigns and skillful diplomacy, Hideyoshi completed what Nobunaga had begun, bringing the last independent daimyo domains under his authority and achieving, by the early 1590s, the first true unification of the entire Japanese archipelago in centuries. Hideyoshi reshaped Japanese society in ways that would long outlast his own reign. In 1588, he ordered a sweeping sword hunt, confiscating weapons from the peasantry across the country and formally cementing the samurai as a distinct, separate, hereditary warrior class with an increasingly firm and permanent line drawn between those permitted to bear arms and those who were not. This freezing of hereditary social roles, samurai, farmer, artisan, merchant, into fixed and largely unmovable categories would go on to define Japanese society for the next 250 years. His ambitions, though, reached well beyond Japan's own shores. Hoping eventually to conquer Ming China itself, Hideyoshi launched two enormous and costly invasions of Korea in 1592 and again in 1597, campaigns that inflicted tremendous devastation on the Korean peninsula, drew in Chinese forces in Korea's defense, and ultimately achieved none of Hideyoshi's larger ambitions, grinding on inconclusively until his death in 1598, at which point the exhausted, overextended Japanese forces were withdrawn entirely. It was, in the end, the one great failure of an otherwise astonishing career, and it left the question of who would inherit and hold together the unified Japan he had built entirely unresolved. Chapter 21. Sen no Rikyu and the Way of Tea. Even amid the ambition and bloodshed of Hideyoshi's rise, one of the gentlest and most enduring cultural legacies of the entire unification era was quietly taking shape under the guidance of a tea master named Sen no Rikyu. Rikyu had served earlier as tea master to Oda Nobunaga himself and continued in that role under Hideyoshi, refining the tea ceremony, already valued for over a century by this point, into something closer to a complete philosophy of hospitality, simplicity, and presence. Under Rikyu's influence, the elaborate, imported Chinese tea implements once favored by wealthy patrons gave way to deliberately humble, often deliberately imperfect Japanese-made utensils. A slightly irregular tea bowl, prized precisely for the way its asymmetry caught the light, a bamboo scoop carved by the host's own hand rather than commissioned from a master craftsman. Rikyu designed tea houses so small and so low-doored that even the most powerful lord in the country had to stoop, humbled, to enter, leaving his sword outside as he did, a deliberate architectural insistence that within these particular walls everyone met as equals, and only the moment itself, the sound of water heating, the specific whisked green of the tea, the quiet exchange of a single bowl passed between host and guest, mattered at all. Rikyu's influence over Hideyoshi grew so significant, and his aesthetic philosophy of restraint sat so awkwardly beside Hideyoshi's own increasingly grand, gold-lined tastes, that the relationship between the two men eventually soured. In 1591, for reasons that remain debated by historians to this day, some point to a political falling out, others to simple jealousy of Rikyu's cultural authority, Hideyoshi ordered his former tea master to end his own life. Rikyu is said to have held one final tea gathering for his closest students the evening before, performing the ceremony with the same quiet, unhurried attention he always had before retiring to compose a final poem and take his own life the next morning. The style of tea ceremony he left behind, understated, deliberate, built around the fleeting, unrepeatable nature of a single shared moment, remains, with only minor variation, the foundation of Japanese tea practice practiced all over the world today. Interlude. Momoyama. Art, gold screens, and grand ambition. The few short decades spanning the rule of Nobunaga and Hideyoshi, often called the Azuchi Momoyama period after the names of their respective castle headquarters, produced a distinct and unmistakably confident artistic style all its own, one that seemed to mirror the outsized ambitions of the warlords who commissioned it. Where earlier Muromachi-era art, shaped so heavily by Zen restraint, had favored monochrome ink painting and quiet, understated simplicity, Momoyama art favored gold, enormous folding screens and sliding door panels covered in gold leaf and painted with bold, vividly colored images of pine trees, cranes, tigers, and dramatic landscapes, designed to catch and multiply candlelight across the vast, dim interior halls of the new stone castles then rising across the country. The Kano school of painters, an artistic family workshop that would go on to dominate official Japanese painting for the better part of the next 3 centuries, rose to particular prominence during this period, commissioned by Nobunaga, Hideyoshi, and the great lords beneath them to decorate castle interiors on a scale no Japanese art had previously attempted. Entire rooms transformed into immersive, glittering landscapes meant to overwhelm any visitor granted an audience within them. Hideyoshi's own Osaka Castle, since rebuilt more than once after wars and fires across the centuries, was in its original form perhaps the single most extravagant expression of this Momoyama aesthetic, its interior halls said to have been decorated almost entirely in gold, a fitting stage for a man who had risen from a peasant household to rule the entire country and clearly intended for no one who entered to forget it. This same era produced elaborate, richly embroidered theatrical costumes for no performance, ornate lacquerware, and an increasingly confident cosmopolitan taste for imported goods and imagery arriving through the same Portuguese trading ships that had brought firearms and Christianity, foreign motifs, foreign fabrics, even occasional foreign faces worked into folding screens alongside more traditional Japanese subjects, a brief, glittering window in which Japan's warlords displayed their power not just through the sword, but through sheer, dazzling, gold-leafed spectacle. Interlude. Kodo, the way of incense. Alongside tea and flower arranging, a third quiet discipline rounds out what Japanese tradition has long called the 3 classical arts of refinement. Kodo, literally the way of incense, the formal, deliberate appreciation of fragrant wood and its smoke. Where a Western tradition of incense mostly involves simply lighting and smelling it, Kodo developed, particularly among Muromachi and later Edo period connoisseurs, into something closer to a disciplined listening practice. Participants speak not of smelling incense in Kodo tradition, but of listening to it, monko, gathering quietly around a small ceramic burner where a fragment of precious aromatic wood, most prized of all, a rare, naturally resin-infused wood called ginkgo, agar wood, is warmed gently over charcoal rather than burned outright, releasing its scent slowly in shifting layers without ever producing visible smoke. Trained practitioners of Kodo learned to distinguish an extraordinarily refined vocabulary of scent. Wood traditionally sorted into 6 broad countries of origin and 5 basic flavor categories: sweet, sour, hot, salty, and bitter, borrowed tellingly from the language of taste rather than smell, and elaborate incense-comparing games developed during the Edo period. guests passing a series of unlabeled burners around a circle and attempting, through careful, patient attention alone, to identify which fragments matched and which differed. An entire evening's quiet entertainment built around nothing more than smell, memory, and unhurried, careful attention. Prized agarwood itself became, over the centuries, extraordinarily valuable. Some individual pieces, cut centuries ago and used sparingly ever since, one measured fragment burned per gathering, are still cataloged and preserved today by temples and museums as named cultural treasures in their own right. A single piece of aromatic wood outliving the shoguns and emperors who once, in their turn, sat quietly around it, breathing in the very same fading scent that a Kodo practitioner gathered around the very same fragment might still carefully listen for today. Chapter 22. Sekigahara and Tokugawa Ieyasu. That unresolved question of who would hold Hideyoshi's unified Japan together was settled 2 years after his death at a single, enormous battle that would determine the shape of Japan for the next 2.5 centuries. Tokugawa Ieyasu, a patient, famously careful, and deeply strategic daimyo, had spent decades navigating the ambitions of both Nobunaga and Hideyoshi before him, allying when alliance served him, waiting when waiting served him better, quietly building his own strength in the eastern provinces while his rivals wore themselves down against one another. When Hideyoshi died, leaving behind only a young son as heir, the fragile coalition of regents meant to govern in the boy's name quickly split into 2 rival camps. That rivalry exploded into open war, culminating on a foggy October morning in 1600 at Sekigahara, a mountain crossroads in central Japan, where roughly 160,000 samurai from across the country faced off against one another in what remains one of the largest and most decisive battles in all of Japanese history. Ieyasu's forces won decisively, helped considerably by the timely, and in some cases prearranged, defection of several units from the opposing side partway through the fighting. The victory left Ieyasu the unquestioned master of Japan, and in 1603, the emperor formally granted him the title of shogun. The Tokugawa family he founded would go on to rule Japan, largely unchallenged, generation after generation, for the next 265 years, presiding over the longest and most thoroughly peaceful era the country had ever known. Chapter 23. Building Edo. Rather than ruling from Kyoto, the ancient imperial capital, or from Osaka, Hideyoshi's old power base, Ieyasu chose to build his new government seat in a small, unassuming fishing town in the eastern provinces called Edo. It was a deliberate choice, placing the shogun's own power base far from the emperor's court and from any lingering loyalty to his old rivals. And over the following decades, under sustained and deliberate development, Edo grew from that modest fishing town into one of the largest and most populous cities on the entire planet, eventually surpassing even London and Paris in population by the 18th century. Today, we know that city as Tokyo. The Tokugawa shoguns maintained their unprecedented grip on the country through a set of remarkably deliberate, carefully engineered political controls. Chief among them was a system called Sankin Kotai, alternate attendance, which required every daimyo across the country to maintain a residence in Edo and to spend alternating years living there in person, under the shogun's direct watch, while their wives and children remained behind in Edo permanently as a kind of standing, unspoken guarantee of good behavior even during the years the lord himself returned home. The system was expensive, exhausting, and deliberately so, keeping regional lords financially strained by the enormous cost of maintaining 2 households and traveling regularly between them, and far too occupied with logistics and expense to ever quietly build up an army back home capable of challenging the shogunate. Roads, inns, and entire towns grew up specifically to service this constant, ceremonial traffic of lords and their retinues moving back and forth along Japan's major highways, and the system, whatever its original political purpose, ended up knitting the country's regional economies and cultures together more tightly than ever before, as people, goods, fashions, and ideas from every corner of Japan converged again and again on the roads leading to Edo. Chapter 24. Sakoku, closing the country. The early decades of Tokugawa rule also brought the sharp, violent end of the Christian century that had begun with Francis Xavier's arrival back in 1549. The Tokugawa shoguns came to view Christianity, with its foreign missionaries and its converts' loyalty to an authority beyond the shogun himself, as a genuine and destabilizing political threat. And beginning in the early 17th century, they moved first to restrict it, then to ban it outright, and eventually to persecute it with real severity, executing missionaries and Japanese converts alike who refused to renounce their faith. Tensions came to a devastating head in 1637, when a rebellion broke out on the Shimabara Peninsula, driven by a combination of heavy taxation, famine, and religious persecution, and led largely by dispossessed samurai and peasants, many of them Christian converts. The shogunate responded with an overwhelming military force, laying siege to the rebels' fortress for months before finally overrunning it in the spring of 1638 and killing nearly everyone inside, tens of thousands of people in total. It remains one of the largest and bloodiest peasant uprisings in Japanese history, and its brutal suppression effectively ended Christianity as a visible presence in Japan for the next 2 centuries. In the aftermath, the shogunate moved to seal the country off from the outside world almost entirely, a policy historians now call sakoku, the closed country. Japanese subjects were forbidden from traveling abroad, and those already overseas were forbidden from returning on pain of death. Foreign trade was restricted to a tiny handful of tightly controlled channels, most famously a small, fan-shaped artificial island called Dejima, built in Nagasaki harbor specifically to house a single permitted Dutch trading post, the only Western nation allowed any ongoing commercial presence in the country at all. And even that presence was kept carefully quarantined, physically separated from the Japanese mainland by a narrow bridge and a set of watchful guards. For well over 200 years, Japan deliberately, systematically turned inward, watching the rest of the world change from a careful, guarded distance, gathering what little outside information trickled in through that single narrow channel in Nagasaki, while building, behind its closed doors, one of the most stable, orderly, and culturally rich societies the world had yet seen. Chapter 25. Life under the Tokugawa Peace. The Edo period that followed is remembered, above almost anything else, for its extraordinary, sustained peace. After more than a century of near-constant civil war during the Sengoku era, Japan settled into 2.5 centuries with almost no major internal military conflict at all, an astonishing stretch of stability by the standards of any country in any era of world history. Tokugawa society was organized into a strict and largely hereditary hierarchy. Samurai stood formally at the top, though many, with no wars left to fight, drifted into administrative roles or genteel poverty, drawing fixed stipends that steadily lost value as the decades passed. Beneath them came farmers, honored in theory as the producers of the nation's essential rice, though burdened in practice with heavy taxation and little real freedom of movement. Below the farmers came artisans, craftsmen whose skilled labor was valued but whose social status remained modest. And at the formal bottom of this hierarchy sat the merchants, officially looked down upon as producers of nothing tangible themselves, living off the labor of others. And yet it was precisely this officially low-ranked merchant class that ended up, quietly and steadily, becoming the wealthiest and most economically powerful group in the entire country. Forbidden from formal political power, merchants poured their growing fortunes instead into culture, fashion, entertainment, and leisure, funding a vibrant, colorful, distinctly urban world that stood in sharp contrast to the austere, dutiful ethic officially prized by the samurai above them. It was, in its own quiet way, an inversion of the old hierarchy that everyone at the time could plainly see happening, and that no one, including the shogunate itself, ever quite managed to reverse. Literacy, remarkably, spread widely during this period, not just among samurai and merchants, but reasonably far down the social ladder as well, supported by a dense network of temple schools teaching reading, writing, and basic arithmetic to ordinary townspeople and farmers' children. By the close of the Edo period, Japan's literacy rate rivaled or exceeded that of many parts of contemporary Europe, laying groundwork that would prove enormously valuable once the country was finally forcibly reopened to the wider world. Chapter 26. Confucian Order and the Edo Mind. If Buddhism had shaped how the samurai class thought about death, and Shinto continued to shape how ordinary households marked the turning of the seasons. It was a third tradition, imported and adapted from China, that shaped how the Tokugawa shogunate thought about society itself. Neo-Confucianism became, in effect, the official philosophy of the Edo government, prized for its clear emphasis on hierarchy, loyalty, and social harmony, precisely the values a regime built on rigid, fixed class distinctions needed to justify itself. Confucian scholars taught that society functioned best as a set of clearly defined, mutually respectful relationships: ruler and subject, parent and child, husband and wife, elder and younger, each with its own duties and its own proper conduct. And the Tokugawa shogunate embraced this framework enthusiastically, establishing official academies, most notably the Shoheiko school in Edo, to train the sons of samurai families in Confucian classics alongside more practical administrative skills. This scholarly world existed in a kind of quiet, productive tension with the officially foreign, and for a long time officially suspect, knowledge trickling in through Dutch traders on Dejima, which we'll hear more about shortly. Confucian scholars generally prized moral cultivation and the wisdom of the ancients over what many saw as the crude, mechanical curiosity of Western science. And yet, over the long, peaceful centuries of Tokugawa rule, a genuinely rich and varied intellectual culture flourished within Japan's closed borders regardless, scholars debating history, ethics, and governance, poets and essayists building on centuries of native literary tradition, mapmakers and mathematicians working out increasingly sophisticated problems largely independent of parallel developments happening unseen on the other side of the world. Interlude. Sumo, the ancient sport. Few Japanese traditions reach back quite as far or wear their age quite as visibly as sumo wrestling, whose origins the old myths themselves lay claim to. The Kojiki, that same 8th century chronicle that preserved Izanagi's spear and Suzanu's serpent, includes a story of two gods wrestling for control of the land, one throwing the other so forcefully that the loser fled the country entirely, an origin story ancient Japan understood, quite literally, as a divine contest deciding the fate of the nation itself. Actual sumo bouts are recorded as court entertainment by at least the Nara period, performed originally as a Shinto ritual offering, a way of divining the coming harvest and pleasing the local kami, long before it became anything resembling a public spectator sport. Sumo, as popular commercial entertainment, closer to the form recognizable today, took shape during the Edo period. Professional wrestlers touring the country giving exhibition bouts, a formal ranking system gradually developing to organize them, crowned by the still current top rank of Yokozuna, Grand Champion, a title awarded so rarely and so carefully, even now, that long stretches of years have sometimes passed without a single wrestler judged worthy of it. The sport's Shinto roots have never fully receded beneath its later life as entertainment. A match still opens with an elaborate ritual, wrestlers stamping their feet to drive evil spirits from the ring, tossing handfuls of purifying salt across the clay surface before each bout, the referee dressed in robes echoing a Shinto priest's own ceremonial dress. The wrestlers themselves live an extraordinarily disciplined, almost monastic life within dedicated training stables, waking before dawn for hours of practice on an empty stomach, following strict hierarchies of seniority within their own stable, eating and training according to traditions passed down largely unchanged across centuries. It remains today one of the clearest living threads connecting the mythic, half-remembered gods we began this story with tonight to a very real, very modern stadium in Tokyo, still packed several times a year with fans watching two enormous men dressed almost exactly as their predecessors were dressed centuries ago, try to push one another out of a small circle of packed clay. Interlude. Koto and shamisen, the sound of the floating world. Underneath nearly every scene we've painted tonight, the poetry recitals, the tea ceremonies, the kabuki stages, and puppet theaters, a particular sound has been quietly present as well, carried by two instruments that between them define much of traditional Japanese music. The koto, a long 13-stringed zither plucked with picks worn on the fingers, arrived from China during the Nara period, alongside so much else we've traced tonight, and became, through the Heian era, an essential accomplishment for court women. Murasaki Shikibu's own tale of Genji is full of scenes where a character's skill, or lack of it, at the koto reveals something important about their inner refinement. The shamisen, by contrast, arrived far later and from a very different direction, evolving from a similar Okinawan instrument, the sanshin, itself descended from an even older Chinese lute, adapted by mainland Japanese musicians in the 16th century, into the three-stringed, skin-covered instrument still played today, plucked with a large, angular pick called a bachi. Where the koto carried the refined, unhurried elegance of the old aristocratic court, the shamisen became, almost immediately, the sound of the Edo period floating world we spent so much time in earlier tonight, the instrument accompanying kabuki performances, backing the geisha entertainers of the Yoshiwara, and, most memorably, carrying the single chanting narrator's voice through an entire bunraku puppet performance, one instrument, one voice, breathing life into wooden figures for an entire audience. Both instruments remain actively played and taught in Japan today, their older repertoire preserved carefully alongside newer compositions. Two very different voices, one born in an imperial court 1,000 years before the other ever crossed the water from Okinawa, still sitting, somehow, comfortably within the very same musical tradition. Chapter 27. The Way of the Sword. The long Tokugawa peace posed an odd, quiet dilemma for the samurai class itself. Bred and trained for centuries around the expectation of war, the warrior class now found itself, generation after generation, with no wars left to actually fight. Rather than let martial skill wither entirely, this era saw swordsmanship transform from a purely practical battlefield skill into something closer to a formal discipline, studied and refined for its own sake, in dedicated schools called ryu, each with its own particular techniques, philosophy, and lineage of masters passing knowledge down to students. The Japanese sword itself, the katana, had by this point become one of the most technically refined bladed weapons ever produced anywhere in the world, the result of a swordsmithing tradition stretching back centuries in which folded, differentially hardened steel produced a blade that was simultaneously hard enough to hold a devastatingly sharp edge and flexible enough to resist shattering under impact, a combination most other sword-making traditions around the world never fully achieved. A master swordsmith might spend weeks on a single blade, folding and hammering the steel dozens of times to work out impurities and build up thousands of microscopic layers before finally quenching the finished blade in water at a precisely judged moment and temperature, a process still practiced today, essentially unchanged, by the small number of licensed traditional swordsmiths that Japan continues to certify. Samurai armor, too, evolved during these peaceful centuries into objects as much about ceremony and identity as protection. Lacquered lamellar plates laced together in vivid, distinctive colors specific to a particular clan or family. Ornate helmets, sometimes crowned with dramatic crescents, antlers, or family crests, meant to make a lord instantly recognizable and suitably impressive on a battlefield that, for most of the men who owned this armor, they would spend their entire lives training for and never actually see. Martial arts training, etiquette, calligraphy, and often poetry or classical scholarship were all folded together into a well-rounded samurai education during this era, less a soldier's boot camp than something closer to a complete philosophy of disciplined, purposeful living, whether or not a sword was ever actually drawn in anger. Interlude: Lacquerware and the Patience of Layers. Among the quieter craft traditions running through this same Edo period flourishing of urban culture, few demanded more sheer patience than urushi, Japanese lacquerware, a technique using the refined, purified sap of the lacquer tree, applied in extraordinarily thin coats, one at a time, to a wooden or, in finer pieces, woven bamboo base, each layer requiring its own careful drying period in a controlled, humid environment before the next could be applied on top of it. A single high-quality lacquer piece, a writing box, a set of nested bowls, an incense container, might require dozens of individual coats applied over the course of many months, sometimes longer. The accumulated layers eventually built up thick and smooth enough to be carved, inlaid with mother of pearl, or dusted with gold and silver powder, while the final coat was still tacky, a technique called maki-e, sprinkled picture, that produced some of the most quietly luxurious decorative objects in the entire pre-modern world. The craft itself stretches back far earlier than the Edo period that perfected it. Lacquered wooden objects have been recovered from Jōmon era sites many thousands of years old, making urushi very plausibly one of the single oldest continuously practiced crafts anywhere on these islands, older even than the rice paddies of the Yayoi farmers we heard about so early tonight. By the Edo period, distinct regional lacquerware traditions had developed their own reputations across the country, each associated with a particular city or province, sold along the same Tokaido road we heard about earlier as prized travel souvenirs, carried home from a pilgrimage or a merchant's journey as tangible proof of having passed through a particular famous place. What makes lacquerware worth pausing on, alongside its simple beauty, is exactly the quality it shares with bonsai and the 20-year rebuilding of the Ise Shrine, an art form built entirely around patience measured in months and years rather than hours. A single finished piece representing not a single sitting of creative inspiration, but dozens of separate returns to the same quiet, careful task, coat after coat, layer settling patiently on top of layer, until eventually, and only eventually, it is finished. Interlude: Mount Fuji. Rising alone above the surrounding plains not far from Edo, a single, near-perfectly symmetrical volcanic peak has watched over most of the history we've told tonight. Visible, on a clear day, from the streets of the very capital the Tokugawa shoguns built. Mount Fuji has been regarded as sacred for as long as records survive, home, in Shinto belief, to its own guardian deity and a destination for Buddhist pilgrims who, from at least the medieval period onward, climbed its slopes as an act of devotion and purification, following paths still marked today with the same small wayside shrines and stone markers pilgrims once used to count their ascent. During the Edo period, as travel along the country's growing road network became more accessible to ordinary townspeople, entire pilgrimage associations called Fujiko formed in Edo and other cities, pooling funds each year so that a rotating group of members could make the actual climb on behalf of the whole society, while those who stayed behind could still honor the mountain by visiting specially built miniature Fuji replicas constructed in shrine gardens around the city, small artificial hills, sometimes built from volcanic rock carried all the way from the real mountain itself, that let ordinary city dwellers who might never manage the real climb still complete a small, symbolic version of the same pilgrimage. It was this same mountain, so constant a presence on the horizon of daily Edo life, that the ukiyo-e artist Hokusai chose as the subject of his most celebrated print series, 36 Views of Mount Fuji, in which the mountain appears again and again from different angles, distances, and seasons, sometimes small and calm in the far distance behind bustling everyday scenes of farmers, fishermen, and travelers, sometimes looming snow-capped and immense directly over the frame, including the single towering wave of the Great Wave print we heard about earlier tonight, in which Fuji itself sits small and steady in the background, entirely unmoved, while the wave in the foreground rises and threatens to break. It remains, to this day, one of the most enduring and instantly recognizable natural landmarks anywhere in the world, a quiet, symmetrical, permanent presence behind well over 1,000 years of everything else this story has told. Interlude: Cherry blossoms and the art of hanami. Each spring, for a period lasting rarely more than 1 or 2 weeks, cherry trees across Japan burst into bloom nearly all at once, a pale wave of pink and white blossom sweeping steadily northward across the country over the following weeks as the season advances. And for well over 1,000 years, the Japanese have gathered, deliberately and joyfully, beneath those trees to watch it happen, a practice known as hanami, flower viewing. The tradition traces back at least to the Nara and early Heian periods, when court nobles first began holding poetry gatherings specifically timed to the blossoming season, composing verses beneath the branches while the petals drifted down around them. And it was during this same Heian period that we heard about earlier tonight that cherry blossoms first began to overtake the plum blossom, originally imported from China and long favored in earlier Japanese poetry as the court's preferred symbol of the season. Precisely because of the very quality that makes the blossoms so treasured today. They are extraordinarily, almost unbearably brief at their absolute peak for only a matter of days before the petals begin to fall, drifting down in a soft, continuous scatter that has its own name in Japanese, hanafubuki, literally a blossom blizzard. That very briefness is the entire point. Cherry blossoms became, over the centuries, one of the most complete physical expressions of Mono no Aware, that gentle, bittersweet Heian-era sensibility we encountered earlier, beauty made more precious rather than less by how quickly it passes. Samurai culture, too, eventually adopted the cherry blossom as a symbol of its own. A warrior's life, like the blossom, was to be lived fully and beautifully, and accepted as brief, without excessive attachment or fear when its end arrived. Today, hanami remains one of the most widely practiced and beloved seasonal traditions in the entire country. Offices and families, spreading blue tarps beneath the trees in city parks each spring, sharing food and drink together beneath the drifting petals. The exact same impulse that drew Heian court poets beneath the very same trees in the very same brief season, more than 1,000 years before them. Interlude: Basho and the Poetry of the Road. Amid the settled, prosperous, tightly regulated world of the Tokugawa peace, one of the era's most beloved poets chose, again and again, to walk away from comfort entirely. Matsuo Basho, born to a low-ranking samurai family in 1644, gave up whatever security that status might have offered him and spent much of his adult life instead as a wandering poet, walking long, difficult, often genuinely dangerous journeys on foot across the country, composing along the way in a compact 17-syllable form that he, more than any poet before him, elevated into serious, lasting literary art, haiku. Basho's most famous single poem, and quite possibly the most famous poem in the entire Japanese language, needs almost no unpacking at all. An old pond, a frog jumps in, the sound of water. 17 syllables, one small, precise, utterly ordinary moment. And yet, it has been studied, translated, and turned over by readers for more than 3 centuries, precisely because of how much quiet attention it asks you to bring to something so small it would otherwise pass entirely unnoticed. That's the whole discipline of haiku as Basho practiced it. Not grand statement, but complete, undivided attention paid to one passing instant, a single frog, a single splash, and then silence again. In 1689, already in his mid-40s and in uncertain health, Basho set out on the journey that would produce his most celebrated work, a 5-month walking pilgrimage deep into the rural north of Japan, recorded afterward in a travel journal called Oku no Hosomichi, the narrow road to the deep north, blending prose observations of the landscape and the people he met along the way with haiku composed at particular resonant moments of the journey. He traveled light, uncertain if he would even survive the trip, and wrote, near its opening, that every day is a journey and the journey itself is home, a line that has comforted and unsettled travelers in roughly equal measure ever since. Basho's particular way of finding enormous stillness inside small, fleeting, closely observed moments became, and remains today, one of Japan's most distinctive and widely practiced literary traditions. Haiku now written and read in dozens of languages across the entire world, each one still built, in its own small way, from that same original instruction. Look closely, stay brief, let the moment speak for itself. Interlude: Chikamatsu and the Puppet Theater. Alongside kabuki's loud, colorful spectacle, the Edo period also gave rise to an entirely different, quieter form of popular theater. One performed not by human actors at all, but by large, exquisitely carved and costumed puppets, nearly life-sized, each operated in full view of the audience by a team of 3 visible puppeteers working in silent, minutely rehearsed coordination, one controlling the head and right arm, one the left arm, one the legs, moving together with such practiced precision that within minutes, audiences typically stopped noticing the puppeteers at all and saw only the puppet itself, breathing, it seemed, with real emotion. This tradition, bunraku, remains one of Japan's most technically demanding and revered performing arts. Bunraku's greatest playwright and one of the towering figures of the entire Edo period's literary culture was a former samurai-turned-dramatist named Chikamatsu Monzaemon, active in the late 17th and early 18th centuries, whose reputation grew so large that he is still, today, sometimes called the Shakespeare of Japan. Chikamatsu wrote sweeping historical epics for the puppet stage, but he is remembered most vividly for an entirely different genre. He helped pioneer sewamono, domestic tragedies drawn from real contemporary scandals, most famously stories of doomed lovers, often a merchant and a courtesan, caught between genuine affection and the rigid social and financial obligations of Edo period life, choosing, in play after play, a shared ritual death together rather than a life spent apart. His 1703 play The Love Suicides at Sonozaki, based on an actual recent double suicide that had scandalized Osaka only weeks before Chikamatsu staged it, proved so popular and reportedly inspired enough real-life imitators that the shogunate eventually moved to restrict the staging of new love-suicide plays altogether, narrated throughout by a single chanter, accompanied by the three-stringed shamisen, voicing every character's lines in a single, continuous, emotionally charged vocal performance, while the puppets themselves acted the scene in silence. Bunraku remains, even now, one of the most quietly hypnotic theatrical forms still regularly performed in Japan, its puppets somehow, across 3 centuries, never quite losing the illusion of a living, breathing heart. Interlude: the Tokaido Road. Binding the whole Tokugawa system together, physically, was a network of carefully maintained highways, the most important of which, the Tokaido, ran along the Pacific coast, connecting Edo to Kyoto, roughly 300 miles, divided along its length into 53 official post stations, towns spaced a comfortable day's walk apart, each required to maintain lodging, food, porters, and fresh horses for the constant stream of daimyo processions, merchants, pilgrims, and officials required to travel the route. Because of the Sankin Kotai system we heard about earlier tonight, which required every daimyo in the country to travel periodically to and from Edo, the Tokaido carried an almost constant procession of traffic, a great lord's retinue, sometimes numbering in the hundreds or even thousands of retainers, moving in careful ceremonial order, banners raised, ordinary travelers required by etiquette to kneel respectfully at the roadside until it passed. Between these grand processions moved a steadier, more ordinary current. Traveling merchants, Buddhist pilgrims bound for distant temples, and, especially from the 18th century onward, increasing numbers of ordinary townspeople undertaking recreational travel largely for its own sake, an entirely new phenomenon at the time, made possible by the road's safety and the network of inns, tea houses, and hot spring stops that had grown up along its length to serve them. The artist Hiroshige captured this entire world in one of the best-loved ukiyo-e print series of the era, the 53 Stations of the Tokaido, published beginning in 1833, each print depicting a single post station along the route, travelers crossing a rain-swept bridge, a sudden squall catching pedestrians on an open road, snow settling quietly over a mountain pass town, the ordinary everyday texture of a journey rendered with such warmth and specific observed detail that the series remains to this day one of the most beloved visual records we have of what it actually felt like to walk that long coastal road, station by station, between the shogun's capital and the emperor's 2 centuries ago. Interlude: the 3 great gardens. Beyond the austere, meditative dry rock gardens of Zen temples, the Edo period produced a very different kind of garden altogether. Expansive, wandering strolling gardens commissioned by wealthy regional daimyo as a display of both taste and resources, built around a large central pond, winding paths, and a sequence of deliberately composed views meant to unfold gradually as a visitor walked through, rather than being taken in all at once from a single fixed vantage point, the way a dry rock garden typically is. Japan traditionally recognizes 3 of these as its very finest: Kenroku-en in Kanazawa, Koraku-en in Okayama, and Ritsuren in Takamatsu, each begun by a different regional lord, and each expanded, patiently, over multiple generations of the same family, sometimes across a century or more, before reaching the form still walked through today. Kenroku-en takes its name, meaning Garden of 6 Attributes, from a classical Chinese garden text listing the 6 qualities considered essential to a perfect landscape garden: spaciousness, seclusion, artifice, antiquity, water, and broad views, a checklist its designers apparently felt confident their own creation had genuinely achieved. Koraku-en, built beside Okayama Castle in the late 17th century, was laid out with unusually wide open lawns for a Japanese garden of its era, designed deliberately so the lord could view the entire composition, including the distant castle, keep itself borrowed cleverly into the garden's own scenery, from a single elevated tea house. Ritsurin, built up gradually over roughly a century by the Matsudaira lords of Takamatsu, weaves its ponds and pine-covered hills against the dramatic backdrop of Mount Shiun rising directly behind it. Another example of that same borrowed scenery technique we heard about earlier. The garden's own boundary quietly dissolving into the real mountain beyond it. All three gardens survived the fall of the domains that built them, the modernization of the Meiji era, and the devastation of the Second World War, largely intact, opened to the general public during the 20th century after centuries as private lordly retreats, and they remain, today, living demonstrations of that same patient, unhurried Japanese garden philosophy we encountered earlier at Ryoan-ji, only expressed here across acres rather than a single raked rectangle of gravel, an entire unhurried afternoon's walk instead of a single sustained seated gaze. Interlude. Kyudo, the way of the bow. Long before the sword became the defining weapon of the samurai class, it was the bow that mattered most on a Japanese battlefield. Mounted archery, yabusame, dominating early samurai warfare for centuries before infantry sword combat, and later, firearms, gradually took over that central role. The Japanese longbow itself, the yumi, remains distinctive among the world's traditional bows for its unusual, deliberately asymmetrical shape, gripped roughly a third of the way up from the bottom rather than at its center, a design whose precise original purpose still isn't fully agreed upon by historians, though it may have developed to make the weapon easier to fire accurately from horseback, past the animal's own neck. As the bow's practical battlefield role faded, much as the swords had, during the long Tokugawa peace, archery followed a very similar path toward formal, disciplined practice for its own sake. Kyudo, the way of the bow, developing its own dedicated schools and its own careful, ritualized sequence of movement, an archer trained to approach the shooting line, nock the arrow, raise the bow, draw, and release in a slow, precisely prescribed sequence practiced for years before ever being considered truly mastered. Traditional Kyudo teaching holds, notably, that hitting the target is not actually the primary goal of the practice at all. A teacher will often correct a student's form and posture even after a successful hit, and praise a technically correct, calm, controlled shot even when it misses. The real aim of the discipline being the archer's own composed, unhurried state of mind in the moment of release, not the arrow's final resting place at all. Yabusame, mounted archery performed at a full gallop past a row of wooden targets, survives today mostly as a ceremonial and religious performance at certain Shinto shrine festivals, rather than as a martial art practiced for its own sake. Riders in full period costume thundering past in a matter of seconds. A brief, thrilling, carefully preserved echo of exactly the kind of battlefield skill that 8 centuries earlier would have decided a samurai's life or death rather than simply drawing an appreciative crowd. Chapter 28. Ukiyo-e, Kabuki, and the Floating World. Within the walled, closed, carefully ordered world of Tokugawa Japan, an entirely new and vivid culture bloomed, centered not on aristocrats or warriors, but on the ordinary townspeople of cities like Edo and Osaka and the pleasure districts they gathered in after the working day was done. The Japanese called this vibrant, transient world ukiyo, the floating world, a term originally carrying a slightly melancholy Buddhist undertone about the fleeting nature of earthly pleasure, but one that came over time to simply mean the world of fashionable entertainment, theater, and leisure itself. Woodblock printing, cheap and reproducible, allowed images of this floating world to circulate widely and affordably among ordinary city dwellers in the art form we now know as ukiyo-e. Artists captured beautiful courtesans dressed in the latest fashions, celebrated kabuki actors mid-performance in dramatic, exaggerated poses, and, in the later, especially beloved works of artists like Hokusai and Hiroshige, sweeping landscape scenes, most famously Hokusai's Great Wave, a single towering, curling wave rendered with such dynamic force that it remains, to this day, quite possibly the single most recognizable image ever to come out of Japan. Kabuki theater itself grew into one of the most popular entertainments of the era, loud, colorful, and deliberately spectacular, featuring elaborate costumes, dramatic makeup, and stylized, exaggerated performances covering everything from historical epics to contemporary scandal, performed in theaters that drew crowds from every level of urban society, even as the shogunate periodically and largely unsuccessfully tried to regulate its more scandalous or socially disruptive elements. This entire flourishing culture depended, in the end, on the wealth of that officially low-ranked merchant class, who funded the theaters, commissioned the prints, and filled the pleasure districts night after night, quietly building beneath the surface of a rigid and unmoving social order, one of the most creative and enduring artistic legacies in all of Japanese history. Interlude: the kimono through the centuries. The word kimono simply means, in Japanese, a thing to wear, and the garment's own history stretches back through nearly every era we've already covered tonight, evolving slowly, layer by layer, alongside everything else. Its basic form, a straight-seamed robe wrapped left over right and secured with a sash, developed gradually out of earlier, more directly Chinese-influenced court dress during the Heian period, when, as we heard earlier, noble women layered as many as a dozen separate silk robes at once, each chosen for the subtle harmony of its color against the others, an entire private language of seasonal reference woven into the wardrobe itself. By the Edo period, with a wealthy and increasingly fashion-conscious merchant class eager to display its status, despite official sumptuary laws that technically forbade commoners from wearing certain fine fabrics and colors reserved for the nobility, kimono design became a quiet arena of creative rebellion. Elaborate patterns hidden on linings only the wearer and their closest company would ever glimpse, deceptively simple outer fabrics concealing extraordinarily fine, expensive weaving techniques underneath. Dedicated professional dyers and weavers developed increasingly sophisticated techniques during these centuries, including yuzen dyeing, in which intricate painterly designs were applied directly to silk using a rice paste resist, allowing a level of pictorial detail on fabric that had rarely been achieved anywhere in the world before. The kimono's role in daily life began to shift with the rapid westernization of the Meiji era, as men in particular adopted Western suits for business and government work, and shifted further still after the Second World War, as Western clothing became the practical daily norm for most Japanese people of both genders. Yet the kimono never disappeared. It simply moved from everyday wear into something closer to ceremonial and celebratory dress, still worn for coming-of-age ceremonies, weddings, tea ceremonies, and New Year's visits to shrines. Its many rules of color, pattern, and formality, appropriate to age, season, and occasion, still carefully taught and carefully followed, 1,000 years of accumulated meaning folded into a single, still living garment. Interlude: Hokusai, old man mad about painting. We've returned more than once tonight to a single image, a great curling wave, small boats caught beneath it, Mount Fuji sitting calm and unmoved in the distance. It's worth closing our time with ukiyo-e by spending a moment with the artist behind it, Katsushika Hokusai, whose life spanned nearly the entire second half of the Edo period we've explored tonight, and whose restless, endlessly self-critical creative drive makes for one of the more remarkable artistic careers in Japanese history. Hokusai produced work constantly across roughly 7 decades under more than 30 different artist names over his lifetime, a common practice among ukiyo-e artists, but one Hokusai took to unusual extremes, each new name often marking a period of deliberate stylistic reinvention rather than simple rebranding. He did not produce his most celebrated work, the 36 views of Mount Fuji, including the Great Wave, until he was already in his 70s, a genuinely late-life masterpiece by any standard, and in the postscript to one of his own books he wrote, with startling honesty for an artist already so widely celebrated, that nothing he had drawn before the age of 70 was truly worth counting at all, that only around then had he begun to grasp something of the real structure of birds, animals, insects, and plants, and that if he were only granted another 5 or 10 years of life, he believed he might finally become a genuinely great painter. He died at 88, reportedly telling those gathered around him that heaven had granted him just 5 more years. He might yet have become a real painter, a wish spoken quite genuinely rather than as false modesty by all contemporary accounts, from a man whose work by then already hung, admired, across the entire country, and would go on, within a matter of decades after his death, to influence European painters an ocean away who had never set foot in Japan at all. One more small proof of how far a single quiet, patient, endlessly self-questioning life's work can travel once it's finally set loose into the world. The carving and the print. We've spent time tonight admiring the finished images of ukiyo-e, Hokusai's wave, Hiroshige's rain-swept travelers, but the prints themselves were never the work of a single artist alone. Producing a Japanese woodblock print was a carefully coordinated collaboration between at least 3 separate craftsmen, and the artist whose name appears on the finished work was, in most cases, only the first link in that chain. The named artist would first produce a master drawing in ink, a specialist block carver whose own name almost never appeared on the finished print at all, despite the extraordinary skill the work demanded, then pasted that drawing face down onto a block of cherry wood and carved away everything except the fine lines of the design itself, producing a key block capable of printing the image's basic outline. For a color print, and the most celebrated ukiyo-e were almost always printed in multiple colors, the carver then had to produce an additional separate block for every single color in the finished image, each one carved to align with pinpoint precision against the others, since even a hair's width of misalignment would blur the finished picture noticeably. A third specialist, the printer, then took this whole stack of blocks and, working entirely by hand, applied water-based pigment to each block in turn and pressed a single sheet of paper against it using a flat, handheld rubbing pad called a baron, building the finished image up one color layer at a time, sometimes a dozen or more separate impressions required for a single finished sheet, each perfectly registered against the last through small guide notches carved into the corner of every block. A popular print might be run off in editions of several thousand copies this way, sold cheaply enough that an ordinary Edo townsperson could afford to buy one on a whim, an entire, quietly extraordinary chain of specialized craft labor, artist, carver, printer, standing behind every single copy of the great wave that has ever hung admired on a wall anywhere in the world. Interlude. The Festivals of the Year. Running alongside all the wars and reforms and quiet cultural flowerings we've followed tonight, an entirely different, gentler kind of history has repeated itself year after year, largely unchanged, in the form of Japan's seasonal festivals. Matsuri, many of them rooted in agricultural and religious practices stretching back centuries before even the events of the Nara period we heard about early tonight. The New Year, Shogatsu, remains the most important of these, when families gather to eat special dishes prepared in advance so that no one need cook during the first days of the year, visit a shrine together for the year's first prayers, Hatsumode, and send one another New Year's postcards timed to arrive by careful postal coordination precisely on the morning of January 1st. In midsummer, Obon calls families back to their ancestral hometowns to welcome the spirits of deceased relatives home for a few days each year, marked by community Bonodori folk dancing performed in circles around a central raised platform and closed in many regions by floating small lit lanterns down a river or out to sea, a quiet, glowing procession guiding the visiting spirits back to their own world once the festival ends. Tanabata, the star festival held in early July, celebrates an old folk tale of 2 star-crossed celestial lovers, separated across the Milky Way and permitted to meet only once a year, and is marked by writing wishes on narrow strips of colored paper and tying them to bamboo branches set up in streets and shrine grounds across the country. Each of these festivals carries its own distinct food, its own particular decorations, its own small rituals repeated so consistently, generation after generation, that they form a kind of second calendar running underneath the ordinary one, not measured in years and eras the way the rest of tonight's story has been, but in a single, gently repeating loop. New Year giving way to spring blossoms, blossoms to summer festivals, summer to autumn moon viewing, and around again, the same quiet wheel turning steadily beneath every single century we've walked through tonight, largely unbothered by whichever shogun, emperor, or prime minister happened to be presiding over it at the time. Interlude. Fireworks over the river. Among the quieter pleasures the merchant culture of Edo gave the wider country, few have proven more enduring than hanabi, fireworks, literally flower fire, which arrived in Japan through Portuguese and Dutch traders in the late 16th century alongside gunpowder itself, and which the shogunate, wary as ever of anything that might allow ordinary people to stockpile explosive material, spent decades trying, with only partial success, to keep tightly restricted. The tradition of a large public fireworks display took root in Edo in 1733, held along the banks of the Sumida River, and, fittingly for a city that had been so devastated by fire more than once across its history, the display was organized initially as a memorial and a prayer, held during a period of plague and famine, meant to console the spirits of the many who had recently died and to ward off further misfortune. Fireworks understood in their earliest Japanese form, less as pure celebration than as a kind of loud, luminous act of collective mourning and hope offered up together into the night sky. The Sumida River fireworks continued on and off for the better part of 3 centuries since, and remain one of the largest and most beloved summer events in Tokyo today. Hundreds of thousands of spectators gathering along the same riverbanks each year in yukata robes much like their Edo period predecessors would have worn, to watch the same brief, bright blossoms of light and smoke drift and fade above the water. Rival fireworks guilds developed their own closely guarded techniques over the generations that followed, competing openly during festival displays to produce the most beautiful, most technically impressive shells, a tradition of friendly professional rivalry that continues in Japan's fireworks industry today, still regarded worldwide as among the most technically accomplished anywhere. Each brief burst overhead the visible, momentary descendant of gunpowder that first arrived on a foreign trading ship centuries ago, transformed gradually into something closer to a form of communal, skyborne poetry. Chapter 29. The Yoshiwara. At the very center of Edo's floating world sat a walled and gated district called the Yoshiwara, established under official license from the shogunate itself, home to the licensed pleasure quarter that shaped much of the art, fashion, and popular imagination of the entire Edo period. It was, by design, an entire self-contained world, its own economy, its own strict internal hierarchy, its own elaborate codes of fashion and etiquette, walled off both physically and socially from ordinary daily life outside its gates. Within the Yoshiwara, the most accomplished courtesans, particularly those who held the highest rank, called oiran, became genuine celebrities of their era, their portraits circulated widely in woodblock prints, their fashion choices studied and imitated by wealthy townswomen far outside the district's walls, their skill in poetry, music, and conversation prized every bit as much in the era's own telling as their beauty. A separate, related tradition, the geisha, entertainers trained rigorously in music, dance, and conversation rather than companionship in the Yoshiwara's particular sense, emerged and grew alongside it, and would go on, in the centuries that followed, to become one of the most recognized, if also frequently misunderstood, symbols of traditional Japanese culture recognized around the world today. Life inside the Yoshiwara's walls was, for the women who lived and worked there, often considerably harder than the glamorous prints suggested. Many were sold into indentured contracts by struggling families and had little genuine freedom to leave. The district's cultural glamour and its underlying hardship existed side by side, much like the floating world itself, a place of genuine artistic and cultural achievement built, uncomfortably, on top of real and often difficult human lives, a complexity that later, more romanticized retellings of the era have not always been eager to sit with honestly. Chapter 30. The 47 Ronin. No single story from the entire Edo period captures its particular blend of rigid duty and quiet defiance quite like the tale of the 47 Ronin, an event so beloved that it has been retold in one form or another on the Japanese stage and screen more times than almost any other piece of the country's history. In 1701, a young feudal lord named Asano Naganori was serving a ceremonial duty at Edo Castle under the guidance of a senior court official named Kira Yoshinaka, who was responsible for instructing visiting lords in the elaborate etiquette required at the shogun's court. According to the traditional account, Kira treated Asano with open contempt, mocking his provincial manners, and after enduring repeated insults, Asano finally lost his composure and drew his sword against Kira within the castle grounds itself, wounding him. Drawing a weapon inside Edo Castle was an extraordinarily serious offense regardless of provocation, and the shogunate's judgment was swift and severe. Asano was ordered to end his own life that same day through ritual suicide. His family line was stripped of its title, and his domain and its lands were confiscated outright, while Kira, the man whose insults had provoked the whole incident, faced no punishment at all. This left Asano's samurai retainers suddenly masterless, a status known as ronin, and by every formal rule of the era's rigid social order, that should have been the end of the matter. Instead, 47 of these ronin, led quietly by a retainer named Oishi Kuranosuke, spent nearly 2 years patiently, deliberately planning their revenge, deliberately allowing themselves to be seen drinking, brawling, and living in visible, shameful disgrace, lulling Kira's household guards into believing the danger of retaliation had passed entirely. Then, on a snowy night in the winter of 1702, the 47 ronin stormed Kira's mansion together, overcame his guards, and found the official hiding in an outbuilding, presenting him with the same choice of an honorable death that had been denied to their own lord. When Kira refused to take his own life, they killed him themselves and carried his severed head across the city to lay at their late lord's grave, their long, patient debt finally repaid. Having openly defied the shogunate's own laws, though for a cause that struck an enormous swath of the Japanese public as deeply, movingly loyal and honorable, the ronin turned themselves in without resistance. After considerable debate at the highest levels of government over how to treat men who had broken the law in the very act of upholding the deeper, older code of loyalty that law itself was meant to protect, the shogunate ultimately ordered all 46 surviving ronin, one had died before the attack, to end their own lives through ritual suicide as well, rather than face the disgrace of common execution. They were buried together beside their lord at a temple in Edo, where their graves can still be visited today, still regularly covered in fresh incense left by visitors more than 3 centuries later, a story of patient, costly loyalty that has never quite loosened its grip on the country's imagination. Chapter 31. Rangaku and the cracks in isolation. Even at the height of its self-imposed isolation, Japan was never entirely cut off from the wider world's changing knowledge. Through that single, narrow channel of contact with Dutch traders on Dejima, a small but determined community of Japanese scholars developed what came to be known as Rangaku, literally Dutch learning, painstakingly translating Western medical, scientific, and astronomical texts, often working from imperfect Dutch translations of texts originally written in other European languages, and building, piece by piece, a genuine, if narrow, window onto developments in anatomy, physics, and technology happening far beyond Japan's closed shores. Some of this scholarship proved remarkably consequential. In 1774, a group of Rangaku scholars published a Japanese translation of a Dutch anatomical text after spending years painstakingly working through unfamiliar medical terminology by comparing the diagrams against what they observed firsthand while dissecting an executed criminal's body, a project that fundamentally transformed Japanese medical understanding and practice. Other scholars pursued astronomy, physics, and even early experiments with electricity, all filtered through that single, narrow, carefully monitored channel in Nagasaki Harbor. By the early 19th century, this quiet undercurrent of outside knowledge had begun to unsettle some in the Japanese intellectual and even samurai class, who could see, through their careful study of Dutch texts and occasional foreign ships glimpsed offshore, that the rest of the world was changing in ways Japan's rigid isolation was leaving it further and further behind. Foreign vessels, whalers, and traders from Russia, Britain, and increasingly the young United States appeared with growing frequency near Japanese waters, testing the edges of the Sakoku policy, occasionally putting ashore for supplies and being firmly, sometimes forcefully, turned away. The pressure, quiet at first, was steadily building. It would not stay quiet for very much longer. Chapter 32. Perry's Black Ships and the Fall of the Shogunate. That pressure finally broke in the summer of 1853 when a squadron of American warships under Commodore Matthew Perry sailed into Edo Bay. their steam-powered black hulls belching smoke and moving directly against the wind in a way no sailing vessel ever could, were utterly unlike anything most people on shore had ever seen, and the sight of them caused genuine, widespread alarm. Perry carried a formal letter from the President of the United States demanding that Japan open its ports to American trade and shipping, and made it clear through a substantial and unmistakable show of naval force that a refusal would not be received well. He departed with a promise to return the following year for Japan's answer, giving the shogunate almost no real choice but to negotiate. When Perry returned in 1854, a treaty was signed, and Japan's 2 centuries of deliberate isolation were, for all practical purposes, over. The shock of Perry's arrival and the treaties with other Western powers that followed swiftly afterward exposed just how far Japan had genuinely fallen behind the industrial and military strength of the West, and it triggered a decade and a half of mounting political turmoil that the aging Tokugawa shogunate proved unable to contain. Factions across the country split bitterly over how to respond, some arguing for continued resistance to foreign influence under the old order, others arguing that only sweeping internal reform, even reform that meant sweeping the shogunate itself away, could possibly save the country from the fate already being suffered by China, then being carved into unequal treaty ports and spheres of foreign influence by the same Western powers. That argument was finally settled by force. In 1868, following a short but decisive civil conflict known as the Boshin War, forces loyal to the young Emperor Meiji defeated the shogunate's remaining armies, and the last Tokugawa shogun formally surrendered his authority. 2.5 centuries of Tokugawa rule, and with it the 7-century-old institution of the shogunate itself, came to an end within the span of little more than a single year. Chapter 33. The Meiji Restoration. Imperial rule was declared restored under the teenage Emperor Meiji, who took a reign name meaning enlightened rule, and the era that followed would live up to that name in astonishing, almost dizzying fashion. Rather than resist the modern industrial world the way the shogunate had spent its final years attempting to, Japan's new Meiji government embraced it, deliberately and at tremendous speed, determined never to suffer the humiliation of Perry's black ships again. Feudal domains were formally abolished, replaced with a centralized system of prefectures reporting directly to the national government in what had, in the same period, been renamed Tokyo, the eastern capital, replacing Edo as the seat of government outright. A modern conscript army and navy were built essentially from scratch, drawing directly on Western military organization and technology. Railways, telegraph lines, and factories spread rapidly across the country within a matter of a few short decades. Thousands of students were sent abroad to Europe and the United States to study Western science, engineering, medicine, and law, while foreign experts were, in turn, invited into Japan to teach in newly established universities and help design new legal and industrial institutions from the ground up. In 1889, the country formally adopted a written constitution and established an elected national parliament, the Diet, modeled significantly on contemporary Prussian and British systems, while still carefully preserving the emperor as the sacred, unifying center of the entire national structure. The same unbroken line, at least in official ideology, that traced all the way back to Amaterasu herself. The transformation was so rapid and so thorough that within barely a single generation, Japan went from a country genuinely fearful of being colonized and carved up by Western powers, the way China increasingly was being, to a country capable of confronting and defeating major world powers on its own terms. Interlude: Fukuzawa Yukichi and the New Learning. Among the many figures who shaped how ordinary Japanese people understood and embraced the sweeping changes of the Meiji era, few were more influential than a former low-ranking samurai and self-taught scholar of Dutch and English named Fukuzawa Yukichi. Having traveled to the United States and Europe with official Japanese delegations in the final years of the shogunate, Fukuzawa returned home convinced that Japan's survival as an independent nation depended entirely on rapidly absorbing Western science, education, and civic thinking, not through blind imitation, but through genuine, practical understanding. He founded a school in Edo that would eventually grow into Keio University, one of Japan's most respected institutions of higher learning to this day, and wrote a series of enormously popular books explaining Western ideas and institutions in clear, accessible Japanese for ordinary readers rather than a narrow scholarly elite. His book, An Encouragement of Learning, published in installments beginning in 1872, opens with a line that startled many readers steeped in the rigid social hierarchies of the Edo period they had just left behind. Heaven does not create one person above or below another, a direct, plainly stated argument for individual merit and education over inherited rank, and the book went on to sell in the millions, an extraordinary figure for the era, genuinely shaping how an entire generation of newly literate Japanese citizens understood their own changing world. Fukuzawa's face appears today on the 10,000 yen note, Japan's highest denomination bill, a fitting tribute to a man whose central, lifelong argument was that a nation's real strength lay not in its army or its emperor alone, but in the independence, education, and practical capability of its ordinary citizens, an idea that, whatever its complications and limits in practice, sat near the very heart of the entire Meiji project of rapid, deliberate national transformation. Interlude: Judo and the modernization of the martial arts. The same Meiji-era drive to modernize touched even the old samurai fighting traditions themselves. As the warrior class lost its formal legal privileges and the country's various schools of jujutsu, unarmed grappling techniques developed over centuries for battlefield and self-defense use, found themselves without the same institutional support they'd once enjoyed under samurai patronage. A young educator named Kano Jigoro set out to preserve what he considered the most valuable techniques from these older traditions, while reshaping them into something new, a modern discipline of physical, moral, and intellectual education, suitable for the changing nation Japan was becoming. In 1882, Kano founded a small school in Tokyo called the Kodokan and began teaching what he called Judo, the gentle way, deliberately choosing techniques that emphasized controlled throws, joint locks, and pins over the more dangerous striking and eye-gouging techniques found in some older jujutsu schools, and building around them a formal philosophy centered on two guiding principles: maximum efficiency with minimum effort, and mutual welfare and benefit. The idea that true mastery of the art should make a person more capable of helping others, not merely more capable of defeating them. Judo spread rapidly, both across Japan and, before long, internationally, becoming one of the first Japanese martial arts to be systematically exported and taught abroad, and eventually becoming an official Olympic sport at the 1964 Tokyo Games, the same games that announced Japan's post-war rebuilding to the entire watching world. Kano himself lived to see much of that growth, and his careful, deliberate reshaping of an old battlefield tradition into a modern system of physical and moral education became, in its own quiet way, a small mirror of the entire Meiji project, taking something old and finding within it exactly what was worth carrying forward into a very different future. Interlude: General Nogi's last loyalty. When Emperor Meiji died in the summer of 1912, closing out a reign that had transformed Japan almost beyond recognition, the news reached a retired general named Nogi Maresuke, a career military officer who had commanded Japanese forces during the brutal, costly siege of Port Arthur in the Russo-Japanese War, and who had, since his retirement, served the imperial family in a more ceremonial capacity, most notably as tutor and guardian to the young man who would become the next crown prince. On the evening of the emperor's funeral, September 13, 1912, Nogi and his wife, Shizuko, performed junshi, following one's lord in death, an ancient and by this point extremely rare practice in which a devoted retainer takes his own life upon the death of the master he served, a custom that had been officially discouraged and largely abandoned since early in the Edo period, roughly 2.5 centuries earlier. Nogi is said to have long carried private guilt over the enormous losses his troops suffered at Port Arthur, and to have quietly regarded his own life, in some sense, as already forfeit, waiting only for what he judged the appropriate moment to offer it. The act stunned the country and drew intense, deeply divided reaction. Some hailed Nogi as the last true embodiment of the old samurai spirit of absolute loyalty, a living link to Bushido, closing itself out at the precise moment the Meiji era it had helped make possible also came to an end. Others, including prominent modern writers of the day, viewed the act as a troubling, anachronistic throwback, wholly out of step with the rational, modern nation Japan had spent the previous 4 decades so deliberately building. Whichever view one takes, the timing itself carries an undeniable, almost novelistic symmetry. The emperor who had presided over Japan's entire headlong leap into the modern industrial world, and the general whose sense of duty belonged in the end to a much older world entirely, passing from the scene within the very same week. Interlude. Baseball comes to Japan. Among the many Western imports that arrived during the Meiji rush to modernize, few took root as deeply or as permanently as a game most Japanese people at the time had never previously seen: baseball. Introduced in 1872 by an American teacher working at a Tokyo school, the sport spread quickly through the country's newly established Western-style universities, where it was embraced with genuine enthusiasm and, before long, reshaped with a distinctly Japanese sensibility, less about individual flair, more about disciplined teamwork, relentless practice, and an almost meditative attention to fundamentals, an approach that came to be known as yakyudo, the way of baseball, deliberately echoing the same disciplined language once used for swordsmanship and archery. Baseball's popularity only grew through the Taisho and early Showa eras, and Japan's professional league, founded in 1936, continued play with only a brief wartime interruption, resuming again quickly after 1945 and becoming, through the post-war decades, arguably the single most popular spectator sport in the entire country, closely watched national high school tournaments in particular capturing a level of devoted public attention that rivals, in its own way, anything the professional league itself commands. The relationship eventually flowed back across the Pacific in the other direction as well. Beginning in the 1990s and accelerating sharply in the decades since, a growing number of Japanese players crossed over to play in America's major leagues, most famously Ichiro Suzuki, whose contact hitting and defensive brilliance made him a sensation from his very first American season in 2001, and later Shohei Ohtani, whose rare ability to both pitch and hit at an elite level, a dual role essentially unseen in the modern game for the better part of a century, made him, by the 2000s, arguably the most celebrated baseball player on the entire planet. A quiet, century-and-a-half-long thread connecting a schoolyard game introduced by a single American teacher in 1872 to a stadium full of fans anywhere in the world, watching a Japanese player redefine what the sport itself is even capable of. Interlude. Ito Hirobumi and the Meiji Constitution. Behind the sweeping institutional changes of the Meiji era we've already walked through tonight stood a small number of dedicated statesmen doing the actual, unglamorous work of building new government structures from scratch, and none more centrally than Ito Hirobumi, a former low-ranking samurai from Choshu, who had, as a young man, defied the shogunate's own travel ban to study secretly in Britain, and who rose over the following decades to become the single most influential architect of Japan's new constitutional order. Sent by the Meiji government on an extended study mission to Europe in the 1880s, Ito examined constitutional systems across Germany, Austria, and Britain in careful detail before concluding that the Prussian model, which balanced a strong, largely unaccountable executive monarchy against a more limited elected parliament, suited Japan's own circumstances better than Britain's more thoroughly parliamentary system. Returning home, he led the small drafting committee that produced the Meiji Constitution, promulgated in 1889 in an elaborate court ceremony, establishing Japan's first national parliament, the Diet, while carefully preserving the emperor's formal position as sacred and, in the document's own words, inviolable, sitting above ordinary legal accountability even as day-to-day governance passed increasingly into the hands of elected officials and the civil bureaucracy Ito had helped design around him. Ito went on to serve 4 separate terms as Japan's first prime minister under the new constitutional system he had built, and later served as the first Japanese resident general of Korea following its effective annexation, a role that placed him, controversially, at the head of Japan's colonial administration there. In 1909, while visiting the Manchurian city of Harbin, he was assassinated by a Korean independence activist named An Jung-gun, protesting Japanese colonial rule, a death that closed the career of the man most responsible for the written framework of modern Japanese government in the very same colonial contest that framework had helped enable. Chapter 34. Hokkaido and the Ainu. Amid all this rapid, outward-facing modernization, the new Meiji government also turned its attention with considerably less gentleness toward the northern edge of its own territory. The northern island, now known as Hokkaido, had, for centuries, been home to the Ainu, an indigenous people with their own distinct language, spiritual traditions centered on nature spirits called kamui, and a way of life built around fishing, hunting, and trade that had coexisted, sometimes peacefully and sometimes not, alongside Japanese settlement along the island's southern coast for hundreds of years under a semi-autonomous arrangement during the Edo period. In 1869, the new Meiji government formally renamed the island Hokkaido and began an aggressive, deliberate program of colonization and assimilation, encouraging mass settlement by Japanese farmers from the crowded main islands, restricting traditional Ainu hunting and fishing practices, and pressuring Ainu communities to abandon their own language and customs in favor of Japanese ones. Ainu land was confiscated and redistributed to incoming settlers, and Ainu children were often required to attend Japanese language schools that actively discouraged their own cultural traditions, a pattern of forced assimilation that would continue in various forms well into the 20th century. The Ainu language and culture, though badly diminished by this long period of policy-driven assimilation, never disappeared entirely, sustained quietly across generations by Ainu families and communities who continued to pass down what they could. In recent decades, Japan has moved toward a more formal recognition of this history, officially acknowledging the Ainu as an indigenous people of Japan for the first time only in 2008, and establishing a National Ainu Culture Museum in Hokkaido in 2020, a very late but genuine step toward preserving and honoring a culture and a history that had, for a very long time, been treated as something to be quietly erased rather than remembered. Chapter 35. The Ryukyu Kingdom. Far to the south, a separate and equally distinct history was unfolding across the chain of islands now known as Okinawa. For centuries, these islands had formed their own independent kingdom, the Ryukyu Kingdom, with its own royal court at Shuri Castle, its own language closely related to but distinct from Japanese, and its own rich cosmopolitan culture shaped heavily by its position as a maritime trading hub between Japan, China, and Southeast Asia. Ryukyuan ships carried goods across the region for centuries, and the kingdom maintained a delicate, dual position, paying tribute to Ming and later Qing China, while also, after a Japanese invasion in 1609, paying tribute to the Satsuma domain in southern Japan as well. A careful balancing act between two much larger neighbors that the kingdom managed to sustain for over 250 years. That balancing act ended in the early Meiji period. In 1879, the Japanese government formally abolished the Ryukyu Kingdom altogether, exiling its last king and annexing the islands directly as Okinawa Prefecture, ending, in a single stroke, several centuries of independent Ryukyuan statehood. As with Hokkaido, this annexation was followed by policies encouraging the adoption of standard Japanese language and customs and traditional Ryukyuan culture. Its own distinct music, textiles, cuisine, and spiritual practices was pushed toward the margins of official national life, even as it continued, quietly and resiliently, in Okinawan households and communities. Okinawa's history in the 20th century would prove harder still, as we'll hear a little later tonight, when the islands became the site of one of the most devastating land battles of the entire Second World War, and remained under direct American administration for nearly 3 decades afterward, longer than the rest of Japan, before finally reverting to full Japanese sovereignty in 1972. Even today, Okinawa hosts a disproportionate share of American military bases relative to its size, a legacy of that same difficult history still shaping daily life on the islands. Interlude: Saigo Takamori and the Satsuma Rebellion. Not everyone welcomed the sweeping pace of Meiji modernization, and no episode illustrates that tension more vividly than the career and eventual rebellion of Saigo Takamori, a towering, broad-shouldered samurai from Satsuma, who had been one of the central military leaders in the very Meiji Restoration that toppled the shogunate in the first place. Saigo had fought to restore the emperor and open Japan to modernization, and for some years afterward served among the new government's most senior leaders. But Saigo grew increasingly uneasy with the direction that modernization was taking, particularly the government's decision to abolish samurai stipends and, most symbolically painful of all, to ban the wearing of swords in public, ending, at a single stroke, the most visible and cherished marker of samurai identity that had defined the warrior class for the better part of 7 centuries. In 1877, deeply disillusioned and increasingly identified, whether he sought it or not, as a rallying figure for disaffected former samurai across the country, Saigo found himself, somewhat reluctantly by most historical accounts, at the head of a rebellion in his home region of Satsuma against the very government he had helped install less than a decade before. The rebellion was crushed within months by the new Meiji conscript army, built from ordinary drafted farmers and townspeople rather than hereditary samurai, itself a pointed, almost symbolic demonstration of exactly how completely the old warrior order had already been replaced. Saigo himself died in the rebellion's final battle at Shiroyama in September of 1877, in circumstances that quickly passed into legend. Wounded and unable to continue, he is traditionally said to have had a loyal retainer assist him in a final, honorable ritual death, rather than allow him to be captured. Despite having led an armed rebellion against the imperial government, Saigo was posthumously pardoned within a matter of years and remains, to this day, one of the most admired and sympathetically remembered figures in modern Japanese history, honored with a well-known bronze statue, walking his dog, in Tokyo's Ueno Park, a complicated, reluctant symbol of everything the samurai era had been, standing quietly now in the middle of the thoroughly modern city that replaced it. Chapter 36. Wars with China and Russia. That new Meiji-era confidence was tested and confirmed on the battlefield twice within roughly a decade. In 1894, tensions over influence on the Korean peninsula erupted into open war between Japan and Qing dynasty China. Japan's modernized, Western-trained military won a swift and decisive victory, stunning much of the watching world, and the resulting treaty secured Japan control of Taiwan and a significant indemnity, along with growing influence over Korea itself, Japan's first real step into the role of a colonial power in its own right. An even more startling result followed a decade later. Rivalry with the Russian Empire over influence in Manchuria and Korea escalated into open war in 1904, and after a series of costly land battles in Manchuria, most brutally the months-long siege of Port Arthur, and a decisive naval engagement at the Battle of Tsushima, in which the Japanese Navy virtually annihilated an entire Russian fleet that had sailed nearly halfway around the world to reach the battle, Russia was forced to sue for peace in 1905. It was the first time in the modern era that an Asian nation had decisively defeated a major European power in a full-scale war, and the shockwaves of that outcome reached far beyond the two countries directly involved, inspiring anti-colonial and nationalist movements as far away as India and Vietnam, who saw, for the first time in living memory, proof that European military dominance was not simply an unchangeable fact of the modern world. In the years that followed these two victories, Japan moved decisively into the ranks of the world's imperial powers, formally annexing Korea outright in 1910 and steadily expanding its economic and military influence across Manchuria and parts of China, following, deliberately and consciously, the same colonial playbook the Western powers had used against Asia for the better part of a century, only now with Japan holding the pen instead of being written about by someone else's. Chapter 37. Japan and the First World War. When war broke out across Europe in 1914, Japan, bound by a defensive alliance with Britain signed a decade earlier, entered the conflict on the side of the Allied powers, though its involvement looked very different from the grinding trench warfare consuming the European continent. Japanese forces moved quickly to seize German colonial territories in Asia and the Pacific, capturing the German-leased port of Qingdao on the Chinese coast and occupying a scattering of German-held Pacific islands, all with relatively modest fighting and remarkably light casualties compared to the catastrophic losses being suffered simultaneously in Europe. With European attention almost entirely consumed by the war at home, Japan used the opportunity to press its own advantage in China, presenting the Chinese government in 1915 with a sweeping set of demands, known afterward as the 21 Demands, seeking expanded rights and privileges across Chinese territory. Though international pressure eventually forced Japan to soften some of the harshest terms, the episode left lasting resentment in China and marked an early instance of the more assertive, expansionist posture Japan would increasingly adopt across Asia in the decades that followed. When the war finally ended in 1918, Japan emerged as one of the recognized victorious powers, seated among the major nations at the Paris Peace Conference, and granted a permanent position on the Council of the newly formed League of Nations, formal recognition on the world stage of just how completely the country had transformed itself in the 50 years since Perry's black ships had first forced its doors open. Japan's wartime industrial production had also surged to meet Allied demand for goods no longer available from war-torn Europe, accelerating its own domestic industrial growth and further cementing the economic momentum the country had been building since the earliest Meiji reforms. Chapter 38. Crossing the Pacific. Alongside this growing industrial and military strength, the Meiji and Taisho eras also saw a significant number of Japanese citizens leave the home islands entirely, seeking opportunity across the Pacific, in numbers substantial enough to leave a lasting mark on several countries far from Japan itself. Beginning in the 1880s, Japanese laborers began arriving in the Kingdom of Hawaii and later the American territory to work on sugar plantations, and by the early 20th century, Japanese immigrants and their descendants had become one of the largest ethnic communities in the islands, their food, language, and customs woven permanently into Hawaiian daily life ever since. On the mainland United States, Japanese immigrants settled largely along the West Coast, building farming communities, particularly successful in fruit and vegetable cultivation, and small business networks in cities like San Francisco, Los Angeles, and Seattle, even as they faced significant, often officially codified discrimination, including laws in several states barring Japanese immigrants from owning agricultural land outright and, eventually, outright bans on further Japanese immigration to the United States altogether by the 1920s. An even larger wave of emigration flowed toward South America, particularly Brazil, where the Japanese government actively encouraged emigration beginning in 1908 as a release valve for a rapidly growing rural population back home. Japanese immigrants and their descendants built substantial farming communities across the Brazilian countryside, and today, Brazil is home to the largest population of Japanese descent anywhere outside Japan itself, several generations deep, a community that has maintained many of its own distinct traditions while becoming at the same time thoroughly and proudly Brazilian. Smaller but significant communities took root in Peru and elsewhere across the Americas as well, threads of Japanese history and culture that quietly wove themselves into the fabric of entirely different countries. On the opposite side of the very ocean this whole story began beside. Interlude. Nengo. The names of eras. You may have noticed, across everything we've covered tonight, that Japanese history tends to be marked less by centuries and more by named eras: Heian, Kamakura, Meiji, Showa, each with its own distinct character and its own clear beginning and end. This practice, called Nengo, era naming, traces back to the 7th century, adapted originally from Chinese imperial tradition, and for well over 1,000 years it worked quite differently than it does today. An emperor's reign might pass through several different era names during his own lifetime, often changed deliberately after a natural disaster, a plague, or some other significant event, in the hope that a new, more auspicious name might help turn the country's fortune around. That changed with the Meiji Restoration. Beginning with Emperor Meiji in 1868, Japan adopted the modern rule still followed today: one era name per reign, chosen at the very start of an emperor's time on the throne and kept for its entire duration, so that Meiji, Taisho, Showa, Heisei, and now Reiwa each correspond directly and exclusively to a single emperor's reign, from his accession to his death, or, as we heard happened twice in recent years, his voluntary abdication. These era names are chosen with real care and genuine symbolic weight. each selected from classical Chinese or Japanese literary sources for a meaning the government hopes will characterize the years ahead. Meiji means enlightened rule. Taisho means great righteousness. Showa means enlightened peace, a name that would carry a heavy, complicated weight indeed across a reign that held both the darkest war in the country's history and its most extraordinary post-war recovery. Heisei meant achieving peace. And Reiwa, the current era, chosen in 2019 and drawn, notably, from a Japanese poetic source rather than a Chinese classical one for the first time in the system's history, is generally translated as beautiful harmony. Dates in Japan are still very often given using this era system rather than the standard calendar year alone, so that a receipt, an official document, or a newspaper might read Reiwa 6 rather than 2024. One small, everyday reminder that in Japan, time itself has always been understood as something lived through in named chapters, not just counted in an unbroken line. Interlude. Soseki and Akutagawa. Japanese literature underwent its own quiet revolution alongside the country's political and industrial transformation as writers worked to figure out what a modern Japanese novel, freed from centuries of established literary convention, might actually look and sound like. No writer wrestled with that question more influentially than Natsume Soseki, a former English literature scholar who, after a difficult period studying in London at the turn of the century, returned home to become, within just a few years, the most celebrated novelist of the late Meiji era. His contemplative, quietly ironic novels, among them I Am a Cat, narrated from the sardonic perspective of a household pet observing human folly, and Kokoro, a spare, melancholy study of guilt, isolation, and the loneliness of the newly individualist modern self, capturing with real precision the particular unease of a generation raised in one world and asked to live in an entirely different one. Soseki's face appeared for decades on Japan's 1,000 yen note, a rare honor for any writer, anywhere. A younger writer, Akutagawa Ryunosuke, who considered Soseki something of a mentor, took Japanese short fiction in a sharper, stranger direction during the following Taisho era, drawing frequently on classical Japanese folk tales and historical settings, but reworking them with a distinctly modern, often unsettling psychological edge. His 1915 story Rashomon and a related 1922 story called In a Grove, in which several witnesses to the same crime each offer a completely different, self-serving account of what actually happened, would go on decades later to inspire the great Japanese director Akira Kurosawa's 1950 film Rashomon, whose fractured, contradictory storytelling structure proved so influential internationally that the phrase the Rashomon effect entered common English usage, describing exactly the kind of unreliable, self-interested disagreement over a shared event that Akutagawa's brief, sharp story first captured on the page. Akutagawa took his own life in 1927, only 35 years old, leaving behind a body of short fiction still considered, alongside Soseki's, among the finest and most influential in the entire modern Japanese literary tradition, and Japan's most prestigious literary prize for new fiction still carries his name today. Interlude. Nihonga and Yoga, Two Ways of Painting. The rapid arrival of Western art techniques during the Meiji era posed a quiet but genuine question to Japan's painters. Adopt the new imported methods of oil paint, linear perspective, and realistic shading wholesale, or find some way to preserve the older native painting tradition, built instead around mineral pigments, ink, and flat, decorative composition alongside it. Rather than one approach simply replacing the other, Japan developed two distinct parallel painting traditions that have coexisted side by side ever since. Yoga, Western-style painting, embraced oil paints and Western technique directly, artists studying under visiting European instructors or traveling abroad themselves to train in Paris and elsewhere, producing work that, at its best, brought a genuinely new, searching quality to subjects drawn from Japanese life, rendered through an entirely imported visual language. Nihonga, literally Japanese painting, developed in more deliberate, self-conscious contrast, championed by influential figures like the American-born scholar Ernest Fenollosa and his Japanese colleague Okakura Tenshin, who argued forcefully, at a moment when many young Japanese artists were rushing eagerly toward anything Western, that the older native tradition of mineral pigment painting on silk and paper, drawing on centuries of accumulated technique stretching back through the Kano school we heard about earlier and further still, represented something genuinely valuable that deserved deliberate, active preservation and renewal rather than simple abandonment. Both traditions continued to develop throughout the 20th century, often taught in separate university departments and exhibited in separate dedicated competitions. Nihonga painters gradually incorporating select new pigments and occasional Western compositional ideas, without ever fully abandoning their older materials and formal restraint. Yoga painters, in turn, increasingly finding their own way of applying Western oil technique to unmistakably Japanese subjects and sensibilities. It's one more small, telling instance of a pattern this whole story keeps returning to. A foreign idea arriving, and Japan finding, again and again, not a single choice between old and new, but some patient, considered way of holding both at once. Chapter 39. Taisho Democracy and Modern Culture. When Emperor Meiji died in 1912, after a reign that had utterly transformed the country, his son took the throne, and the era's name changed to Taisho. This shorter period, running through the 1910s and into the mid-1920s, is remembered, especially in its earlier years, for a genuine loosening of Japanese political and cultural life, a period historians often call Taisho democracy, marked by growing party politics, an expanding, if still limited, right to vote, active labor and social movements, and a lively, distinctly modern urban culture taking shape in cities like Tokyo and Osaka. This was the era of the moga, modern girl, and mobo, modern boy, young Japanese embracing Western fashion, jazz music, and the newly popular moving pictures, gathering in Tokyo's fashionable Ginza district to see and be seen in a way that would have been unthinkable at the far more formal Meiji court just a generation earlier. Department stores, an entirely new kind of retail experience, opened their doors in major cities, selling not just goods, but an entire aspirational modern lifestyle alongside them. Early Japanese cinema flourished during these same years, developing its own distinct conventions, including, for a time, live narrators called benshi, who stood beside the screen during silent film screenings, providing voices, commentary, and dramatic narration for the audience in real time, a uniquely Japanese theatrical tradition that persisted longer in Japan than the equivalent practice did almost anywhere else in the world. That lively modern surface, though, sat above real and growing social strain. Rapid industrialization and urbanization had left significant gaps between the country's new wealth and the daily struggles of factory workers and tenant farmers, and 1918 saw a wave of so-called rice riots break out across the country, as sharply rising rice prices, worsened by wartime demand and speculation, pushed ordinary households into real hardship and sparked protests and unrest in cities and towns nationwide, an early sign of the social pressures that would continue building, largely unresolved, beneath the modern, cosmopolitan surface of Taisho Japan. Chapter 40. The Great Kanto Earthquake. That lively modern world was struck a devastating blow on the 1st of September 1923 when a massive earthquake centered near Tokyo Bay tore through the Kanto region during the busy midday hour, when countless cooking fires were lit across the densely packed wooden cities of Tokyo and Yokohama. The earthquake itself was catastrophic, but it was the fires that followed, spreading rapidly through the tightly packed wooden buildings and whipped by unusually strong winds that day, that caused the greatest devastation, ultimately killing well over 100,000 people and leaving both cities largely reduced to ash and rubble. In the chaos and fear that followed, terrible violence broke out against Korean residents in Japan, driven by false rumors, spread rapidly through panicked, disrupted communities, blaming them for the disaster and for various imagined crimes committed in its aftermath. Vigilante groups killed several thousand Korean residents, along with a number of Chinese immigrants and Japanese socialists mistaken for outsiders in the days immediately following the quake, a grim and painful chapter that historians and the Japanese public have continued to reckon with, openly and directly, in the century since. The rebuilding of Tokyo after 1923 was itself an enormous undertaking, giving the city much of its modern layout. Wider streets, improved fire breaks, more resilient construction, and beneath the visible reconstruction, the underlying tensions that had been quietly building throughout the Taisho years, economic strain, growing military influence, and a hardening current of nationalism, continued to gather, largely unresolved, waiting for the right moment to fully surface. Chapter 41. The Zaibatsu and Pre-War Industry. Underpinning all of this rapid transformation, from the earliest Meiji railways through the Taisho era's department stores and factories, sat a handful of enormous, family-controlled industrial and financial conglomerates known as Zaibatsu, wealth cliques, among them Mitsui, Mitsubishi, and Sumitomo, each controlling vast, interconnected networks of banks, shipping lines, mining operations, and manufacturing plants, often with close, mutually beneficial ties to the government officials who regulated them. These conglomerates were, in large part, the actual engine behind Japan's extraordinarily rapid industrialization, providing the capital, organization, and technical expertise needed to build railways, shipyards, and factories at a pace that would have been unimaginable for individual entrepreneurs working alone. But their concentrated economic power also drew growing criticism as the decades wore on, particularly from the 1920s onward, as many ordinary Japanese citizens came to see the Zaibatsu as prospering handsomely from the nation's industrial and military growth, while everyday wages and working conditions lagged badly behind, and as increasingly influential factions within the military came to resent what they saw as an excessive, self-interested civilian grip on the nation's economic and, by extension, political direction, a resentment that would feed directly into the rise of military-dominated governance in the years to come. Chapter 42. The Rise of Militarism. Emperor Hirohito took the throne in 1926, opening the era that would come to be known as Showa, and through the years that followed, civilian control over Japan's government steadily and often violently eroded. The worldwide Great Depression, beginning in 1929, hit Japan's export-dependent economy hard, deepening rural poverty and fueling a rising current of nationalist and militarist sentiment, particularly among younger army officers who increasingly saw the country's elected civilian politicians and the Zaibatsu interests closely tied to them, as weak, corrupt, and unwilling to secure Japan's rightful place among the great powers by force if necessary. In 1931, elements of the Japanese army stationed in Manchuria, acting largely on their own initiative and without clear authorization from the civilian government back in Tokyo, staged an explosion along a Japanese-controlled railway line and used it as a pretext to seize control of the entire region, establishing a puppet state there the following year. The civilian government in Tokyo, informed after the fact rather than consulted beforehand, found itself essentially unable to rein in its own military, a pattern of the army acting first and Tokyo scrambling to catch up afterward that would repeat itself with steadily worsening consequences throughout the following decade. Political violence at home intensified alongside this military assertiveness abroad. Several prime ministers and prominent civilian officials, including figures closely associated with the old Zaibatsu order, were assassinated by ultranationalist officers and radicals during the 1930s and following a failed but serious coup attempt by army officers in Tokyo in February of 1936. The military's grip over national policy tightened further still, leaving Japan's elected civilian government increasingly reduced to a formality, largely unable to check the direction the country's armed forces were steering it toward. Chapter 43. War in China and the Road to the Pacific. In July of 1937, a relatively minor clash between Japanese and Chinese troops near Beijing escalated rapidly into full-scale war between Japan and China, a conflict that would grind on at enormous human cost for the next 8 years. Japanese forces advanced deep into Chinese territory over the following months, and the war's brutality, including the mass killing of civilians during the fall of the city of Nanjing that winter, left a legacy of grief and bitterness between the two countries that continues to shape their relationship even today. As the decade closed, Japan aligned itself formally with Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy, and continued pressing further into Southeast Asia in search of the oil, rubber, and other resources its war effort in China increasingly demanded, moves that brought it into direct and escalating conflict with American, British, and Dutch colonial interests across the Pacific. In response to Japan's continued expansion, the United States imposed a sweeping oil embargo in the summer of 1941, cutting off the vast majority of Japan's fuel supply and presenting its military leadership with a stark choice: withdraw from its recent conquests or seize the resources it needed by force before its existing reserves ran out entirely. Japan's leadership chose to strike first. On the 7th of December, 1941, Japanese aircraft launched a surprise attack on the American naval base at Pearl Harbor in Hawaii, intended to cripple American naval power in the Pacific before it could interfere with a rapid Japanese advance across Southeast Asia. The attack drew the United States immediately and fully into a war that had, until that morning, still felt distant to most Americans, and transformed what had been primarily a conflict in China into a vast, sprawling war across the entire Pacific. Chapter 44. The Pacific War. The years that followed were among the darkest in the entire span of Japan's long history. Japanese forces achieved a rapid, sweeping string of early victories across Southeast Asia and the Pacific in the months immediately following Pearl Harbor, but the tide began turning within roughly 6 months at the Battle of Midway in June of 1942. Where American forces, having broken Japanese naval codes, ambushed and destroyed 4 irreplaceable Japanese aircraft carriers in a single decisive engagement. From that point on, Japan found itself fighting a long, grinding, ultimately losing defensive war, pushed back island by island across the Pacific in brutal, costly campaigns at places like Guadalcanal and Iwo Jima, where American forces faced fierce, often near total resistance. The battle for Okinawa in the spring of 1945 proved especially devastating, fought largely on the same islands whose independent Ryukyuan history we heard about earlier tonight. A battle in which Japanese civilian casualties ran catastrophically high, alongside enormous military losses on both sides, leaving a scar on Okinawan collective memory that has never fully faded. As American bombers gained the ability to strike the Japanese home islands directly, a sustained campaign of firebombing was launched against Japan's major cities, most devastatingly in a single night raid on Tokyo in March of 1945, which killed well over 100,000 people and left much of the city's densely packed wooden neighborhoods burned entirely to the ground, one of the deadliest single bombing raids of the entire war in any theater against any city. By the summer of 1945, Japan's cities lay largely in ruins. Its navy was effectively destroyed. Its once formidable air force was a shadow of what it had been, and yet its military leadership continued to resist calls for surrender, bracing instead for what many expected would be a catastrophic final defense of the home islands themselves. Chapter 45. Surrender, Occupation, and a New Constitution. In August of 1945, the United States dropped atomic bombs on the cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, 3 days apart, the first, and to this day, the only use of nuclear weapons in war anywhere in the world, killing well over 100,000 people in the immediate blasts and many thousands more in the months and years that followed from injury and radiation sickness. Days later, the Soviet Union, which had remained neutral in the Pacific War until that point, declared war on Japan and launched a rapid invasion of Japanese-held Manchuria. Facing this combination of devastation and encirclement, Emperor Hirohito made the unprecedented decision to address the Japanese public directly by radio, announcing the country's surrender on the 15th of August, 1945, the first time most of his subjects had ever heard their emperor's actual voice. What followed surprised much of the watching world. Rather than descending into chaos or prolonged resistance, occupied Japan, under an Allied administration led largely by the United States and General Douglas MacArthur, cooperated with a sweeping program of post-war reform. A new constitution, adopted in 1947, transferred sovereignty fully and explicitly to the Japanese people for the first time in the nation's history, guaranteed broad civil rights, including full suffrage for women, and, in its now famous Article 9, formally renounced the nation's right to wage war or maintain offensive armed forces altogether. a pacifist commitment written directly into the constitution that Japan has maintained, with only limited and cautious modification ever since. The emperor remained on the throne, a direct, unbroken line stretching all the way back to those old myths of Amaterasu and the jeweled spear, but now purely as a ceremonial symbol of the state and the unity of the people, holding no political power of his own at all. Alongside the new constitution came sweeping land reform, breaking up large agricultural estates and redistributing farmland to the tenant farmers who actually worked it, and the formal dismantling of the enormous pre-war zaibatsu conglomerates we heard about earlier, whose concentrated economic power the occupying authorities believed had helped drive the country toward war in the first place, though several of these companies would later reorganize themselves into looser corporate networks, keigetsu, that continued to shape the post-war Japanese economy in their own way, slowly, methodically, out of the physical and institutional wreckage of total defeat. The foundations of an entirely new Japan were being laid. Chapter 46. The Economic Miracle. Out of that wreckage, over the following decades, Japan built one of the most remarkable and sustained economic recoveries in modern world history. A fierce national focus on education, disciplined manufacturing, and rapidly improving industrial engineering drove what came to be known, both inside and outside Japan, as the post-war economic miracle. Companies that had often started the post-war period as small, struggling manufacturers grew, within a single working generation, into globally recognized giants in electronics, automobiles, and precision engineering, their products steadily earning a reputation for quality and reliability that reshaped how much of the world thought about goods made in Japan at all. In 1964, Tokyo hosted the Summer Olympic Games, less than 2 decades after the same city had lain largely in ashes, and the timing was no accident. Alongside the Games came the debut of the Shinkansen, the world's first genuinely high-speed passenger rail line, connecting Tokyo and Osaka at speeds that stunned international visitors, a proud and very deliberately public symbol, broadcast to the entire watching world, that Japan had rebuilt itself completely into a modern, forward-looking, technologically advanced nation. By the 1980s, Japan had become the second-largest economy on the entire planet. Its cities glittering with new construction and neon, its industries admired, studied, and, in some corners of the world, increasingly and anxiously watched. The salaryman, the loyal, dark-suited corporate employee commuting each morning on crowded, punctual trains, working long hours in exchange for something close to lifetime employment security, became the defining image of this new, prosperous, intensely orderly Japan, a way of life that shaped, for better and sometimes for worse, an entire generation's understanding of what a stable, successful adult life was supposed to look like. Interlude. The 1955 system. The remarkable political stability that allowed Japan's post-war economic miracle to unfold decade after decade, without the kind of upheaval that had marked the country's earlier history, rested on a quieter development that took shape in the mid-1950s. In 1955, Japan's major conservative political factions merged to form the Liberal Democratic Party, and from that year onward, with only brief and relatively short-lived interruptions, the LDP held power continuously in Japan's parliament for the better part of the next 7 decades, a striking, sustained continuity that historians and political scientists came to call simply the 1955 system. This long era of largely uninterrupted conservative governance provided exactly the kind of predictable, stable policy environment that industrial planning and long-term corporate investment thrive on. Close, cooperative relationships between government ministries, particularly the enormously influential Ministry of International Trade and Industry, and the great post-war corporate networks that had grown out of the old zaibatsu conglomerates, allowing Japan to coordinate industrial policy, trade strategy, and infrastructure investment with a consistency few other democracies of the era could match. The system was not without real friction and criticism. Opposition parties, particularly the Japan Socialist Party, remained a significant and vocal minority presence for decades without ever seriously threatening to actually take power, and critics both inside and outside Japan periodically raised concerns about corruption, insider dealing, and a political system perhaps too comfortably intertwined with the very business interests it was meant to regulate. Still, whatever its imperfections, the quiet, remarkably stable continuity of the 1955 system provided much of the calm, predictable political backdrop against which the economic miracle, the bullet trains, and the steady rebuilding of an entire shattered nation were able to unfold, year after uneventful year, for as long as they did. Interlude: Kawabata and Japan's first Nobel Prize. Post-war Japanese literature found its own quiet, internationally recognized voice in the work of Yasunari Kawabata, a novelist whose spare, lyrical, deeply atmospheric prose owed a visible debt to the old Heian sensibility of Mono no Aware we encountered earlier tonight, beauty inseparable from its own passing. His 1937 novel, Snow Country, revised and refined by Kawabata over more than a decade, follows a doomed love affair between a wealthy Tokyo visitor and a rural geisha against the hushed, snow-muffled backdrop of a remote hot spring town. Its opening line, "The train came out of the long tunnel into the snow country," remaining one of the most quietly celebrated openings in modern Japanese fiction. In 1968, Kawabata became the first Japanese author ever awarded the Nobel Prize in Literature, recognized by the Swedish Academy specifically for the narrative mastery with which he expressed, in the committee's own words, the essence of the Japanese mind, a description that, whatever its generalizations, captured something real about how thoroughly Kawabata's fiction was steeped in older Japanese aesthetic traditions. Stillness, restraint, the delicate tension between what a character says and the much larger, unspoken feeling sitting quietly underneath it. Kawabata's international recognition mattered enormously to a country still, in many ways, rebuilding its cultural confidence after the devastation and defeat of the Second World War. Tangible proof that Japan's oldest aesthetic instincts, the same instincts that had once shaped a court lady's poem, a dry gravel garden, or a single handmade tea bowl, could still move readers on the entirely other side of the world, in an entirely different language, more than 1,000 years after those instincts first began taking shape. Interlude: Kaizen, the Toyota Way. Among the quieter but most globally influential ideas to emerge from Japan's post-war economic miracle wasn't a physical product at all, but a philosophy of work developed largely inside the factories of the Toyota Motor Corporation as it rebuilt itself from a small, struggling pre-war loom and vehicle maker into one of the largest automobile companies on Earth. Engineers at Toyota, drawing partly on American quality control ideas introduced during the post-war occupation and partly on their own hard-won manufacturing experience, developed a management approach that came to be known in Japanese simply as Kaizen, change for the better, continuous improvement. The core idea was disarmingly simple. Rather than relying only on occasional, large, top-down overhauls of a factory process, Kaizen asked every single worker on the line, not just engineers and managers, to constantly notice small inefficiencies and small opportunities for improvement in their own immediate work, and to propose and test tiny adjustments again and again, day after day, trusting that hundreds of small, carefully considered improvements, compounding steadily over months and years, would eventually outperform any single grand redesign handed down from above. Workers were given real authority within this system, most famously the andon cord, which any assembly line worker could pull to halt the entire production line the instant they noticed a defect. An extraordinary degree of trust and responsibility extended to ordinary factory workers at a time when most manufacturers around the world still concentrated that kind of authority firmly at the top. The results proved so effective that Kaizen and the broader Toyota production system built around it were eventually studied and adopted in one form or another by manufacturers and businesses across nearly every industry and nearly every country in the world. An idea about patient, continuous, ground-level improvement that, whatever else it borrowed from post-war American quality theory, carries an unmistakable echo of something much older running through this entire story tonight. The same instinct for steady, unhurried refinement that once shaped a folded sword blade, a rebuilt shrine, or a single bonsai tree, tended patiently, one small, careful adjustment at a time, across far longer than any one lifetime. Chapter 47. Post-war art, architecture, and design. Out of this same post-war rebuilding effort came a wave of Japanese creative achievement that would go on to influence the wider world far beyond the country's own borders. Architects like Tanga Kenzo, who designed the striking main stadium for the 1964 Olympics, helped establish Japan as a genuine center of global architectural innovation, and a Japanese-led movement called metabolism, emerging in the early 1960s, proposed bold, almost biological visions of cities as living, growing, endlessly adaptable organisms, structures built to be added onto and reconfigured over time rather than fixed and finished the moment construction ended. Alongside architecture, a distinctly modern Japanese popular culture began taking shape and before long spreading well beyond Japan's own borders. Manga and, growing out of it, animated television and film developed rapidly through the post-war decades into a globally influential art form of their own, pioneered by figures like Tezuka Osamu, whose expressive, cinematic visual style helped establish conventions that animation studios around the world would study and borrow from for decades afterward. A giant radioactive movie monster named Godzilla, first appearing on screen in 1954, only 9 years after the atomic bombings, in a film explicitly haunted by the fear and trauma of nuclear destruction, went on to become one of the most enduring and recognizable characters in the history of cinema anywhere in the world. Japanese industrial design, too, found a distinct and influential voice during these decades, in the clean, minimal, thoughtfully engineered consumer electronics and automobiles that came to define the country's global reputation. Products that managed to feel, at once unmistakably modern and quietly, distinctly rooted in older Japanese aesthetic instincts toward simplicity, restraint, and careful, unhurried attention to craft. The very same instincts in a much older form that had once shaped a raked gravel garden or a single handmade tea bowl centuries before. Interlude. Manga before anime. Before Studio Ghibli, before the post-war animation industry, we heard about a little earlier tonight. There was manga, the distinct Japanese tradition of narrative comics whose modern form owes more to a single, extraordinarily prolific artist than to almost any other individual figure in 20th century Japanese culture. Tezuka Osamu, a trained physician who chose comics over medicine and, beginning in the late 1940s, produced an enormous body of work that essentially invented the visual and storytelling conventions the entire industry would build on for the rest of the century. Tezuka's breakthrough series, Astro Boy, first serialized in 1952, followed a childlike robot built by a grieving scientist to replace his own dead son and blended, in a way few earlier comics had attempted, genuinely emotional, morally complex storytelling with a dynamic, cinematic visual style clearly influenced by the American animated films Tezuka had loved as a young man. Wide expressive eyes, dramatic camera-like framing, entire wordless panels devoted purely to motion and atmosphere rather than dialogue. When Astro Boy was adapted into a television anime series in 1963, it became one of the first Japanese animated programs broadcast internationally, laying early groundwork for the eventual worldwide spread of anime that Studio Ghibli and countless other studios would build on decades later. Manga's reach across post-war Japan grew enormous and remarkably broad. Weekly anthology magazines like Shonen Jump first launched in 1968, growing to sell literally millions of copies of a single issue at their peak, serializing dozens of ongoing stories simultaneously across every imaginable genre: adventure, romance, sports, horror, comedy, aimed at readers of every age rather than treated, as comics long were in much of the West, as a medium primarily for children. That sheer scale and cultural centrality, an entire nation reading serialized stories together, week after week, the same way earlier generations gathered for a kabuki performance or a bunraku puppet show, helped manga become, alongside anime and video games, one of modern Japan's most widely recognized and deeply loved cultural exports. All of it tracing back, in no small part, to a doctor who decided one day in the late 1940s that he would rather draw. Interlude. From playing cards to pixels, the Nintendo story. Few companies illustrate the strange, patient continuity running underneath Japan's modern pop culture influence quite as well as Nintendo, a company most of the world associates with video games, but which was in fact founded far earlier than almost anyone realizes, back in 1889, during the very first decades of the Meiji era, as a small Kyoto workshop producing handmade hanafuda, traditional Japanese playing cards, decorated with elegant, seasonally themed images of flowers, birds, and the moon, used for card games still played in Japan today. For the better part of the next 70 years, Nintendo remained a modest, family-run playing card company, quietly weathering the entire sweep of history we've covered tonight: the fall of the shogunate, 2 world wars, the post-war occupation, expanding cautiously in the 1960s into other small ventures, taxi companies, a chain of love hotels, instant rice, before finally, in the early 1970s, turning its attention toward the emerging world of electronic toys and games. That pivot proved extraordinarily well-timed. Nintendo's early arcade games in the late 1970s and early 1980s, followed by the home console that would come to be called, in most of the world, simply the Nintendo Entertainment System, released internationally in the mid-1980s, at a moment when the American video game industry had, in fact, just suffered a severe and near-total market collapse, arrived with such careful design, technical polish, and family-friendly appeal that it single-handedly helped revive an entire global industry that many observers at the time had genuinely given up for dead. Characters born from this era, most famously a mustached Italian plumber named Mario, first introduced in a 1981 arcade game, went on to become among the most recognized fictional characters anywhere in the world, arguably rivaling even the giant radioactive movie monster we heard about earlier tonight for sheer global recognition. A company that began, over a century earlier, hand-printing seasonal flower cards in a small Kyoto workshop had become, quietly and almost by accident, one of the most influential entertainment companies on the entire planet. Interlude. Hayao Miyazaki and Studio Ghibli. Alongside video games, Japanese animation continued the trajectory begun by pioneers like Tezuka Osamu, and few figures shaped its global reputation more profoundly than a director named Hayao Miyazaki. After years of work at other studios, Miyazaki co-founded Studio Ghibli in 1985, and over the following decades built a body of animated films distinguished by hand-painted, richly detailed backgrounds, a deep, unhurried reverence for the natural world, and a consistent refusal to rely on simple, clear-cut villains, populating his stories instead with morally complicated characters and quiet, contemplative pacing that felt, to many international audiences first encountering it, unlike almost anything else being made in animation anywhere else in the world. Films like My Neighbor Totoro, released in 1988, Princess Mononoke in 1997, and Spirited Away in 2001, which became the first, and for many years, the only, hand-drawn animated film to win the Academy Award for Best Animated Feature, carried Miyazaki's work far beyond Japan's borders, introducing international audiences not just to his particular directorial style, but, through it, to a gentler, more contemplative vision of Japanese storytelling itself. One built as much around quiet, wordless moments, wind moving through grass, rain falling on a rooftop, as around plot or dialogue. Studio Ghibli's success helped cement, alongside Nintendo's games and the wider manga and anime industry built up over the preceding decades, an idea that would have seemed almost unimaginable to the exhausted, war-shattered country of 1945, that Japan's most successful and beloved cultural exports, the images and stories that would come to define the country in the imagination of millions of people who might otherwise never visit it at all, would turn out to be found not in heavy industry or military strength, but in careful, patient, hand-crafted stories about plumbers, forest spirits, and a girl who wanders quietly and without fear into a bathhouse for gods. Interlude. Harajuku and the global reach of Japanese fashion. Just as Nintendo's games and Miyazaki's films carried Japanese storytelling far beyond the country's own borders, a distinctly Japanese approach to fashion found its own, equally global audience beginning in the 1980s and accelerating through the decades that followed. designers like Rei Kawakubo, founder of the label Comme des Garçons, and Yohji Yamamoto shocked and fascinated the Paris fashion establishment when they began showing collections there in the early 1980s, presenting garments deliberately torn, asymmetrical, and dyed almost entirely in black, at a moment when European high fashion still leaned heavily toward bright color and closely tailored symmetrical form. Critics, startled, sometimes described the look as post-atomic or in ruins, and whatever the label, it represented something the fashion world had rarely encountered so directly. An entirely different, distinctly Japanese aesthetic logic, the same instinct for asymmetry, imperfection, and meaningful emptiness we've traced tonight through gardens, pottery, and ink painting, applied now to clothing worn on a Paris runway. Back home in Tokyo, an entirely different, far more colorful fashion current was building at street level, particularly around the pedestrian bridge and side streets of the Harajuku district, where, beginning in the 1990s, young people began developing and photographing their own elaborate, highly individual street styles, blending second-hand Western clothing, traditional Japanese elements, and pure invented spectacle into looks that owed little to any single established fashion house at all. Magazines dedicated to photographing these Harajuku street styles circulated the images worldwide, and by the early 2000s, Harajuku fashion had become one of Japan's most recognized cultural exports in its own right, studied by international designers and imitated by young people in cities that had never had any direct contact with the district itself. Between the deliberately deconstructed elegance of Kawakubo and Yamamoto's runway work and the wildly inventive, self-directed creativity of Harajuku street fashion, Japan established itself, within the space of only a couple of decades, as one of the most quietly influential forces in world fashion, working, characteristically, less by imitating the West's own established rules of style than by patiently, confidently insisting on an entirely different set of rules altogether. Chapter 48. Bubble, Bust, and the Lost Decades. That extraordinary decades-long boom eventually inflated into something more fragile. Through the second half of the 1980s, driven by loose credit and soaring speculation, Japanese real estate and stock market values climbed to genuinely extraordinary heights. At the peak of the bubble, the land beneath the Imperial Palace grounds in central Tokyo was estimated, on paper at least, to be worth more than the entire state of California. It was, by any reasonable measure, an unsustainable fantasy of value, and like every asset bubble in economic history, it eventually, and quite suddenly, burst. Beginning in the early 1990s, Japanese stock and real estate prices collapsed, and the country entered a long stretch of stagnant growth, deflation, and financial caution that came to be known, first as the Lost Decade, and then as the slow recovery repeatedly stalled and restarted through the 1990s and into the 2000s as the Lost Decades, plural. Banks, weighed down by an enormous overhang of bad loans made during the bubble years, remained reluctant to lend for years afterward, and an entire generation of younger workers came of age during this long stretch of economic caution, finding far fewer of the stable, lifelong corporate jobs that had defined their parents' generation's experience of the earlier economic miracle. It would be a mistake, though, to read this period as simple decline. Japan remained, throughout these years, one of the wealthiest and most technologically advanced societies on Earth, its infrastructure, healthcare, and public safety remaining the envy of much of the rest of the world, even as its headline economic growth numbers cooled from the astonishing pace of the post-war decades to something far more modest and restrained. Chapter 49. Earthquakes and Resilience. Japan's long history sits, quite literally, on some of the most seismically active ground anywhere on the planet, at the meeting point of several tectonic plates, and the decades following the bubble's collapse brought two especially severe reminders of that underlying geological reality. In January of 1995, a powerful earthquake struck directly beneath the city of Kobe, killing more than 6,000 people and collapsing highways, buildings, and railways that had been assumed, until that morning, to be built to withstand exactly this kind of event. The disaster prompted a serious, sustained national reckoning with building codes and disaster preparedness, and much of what Japan learned in the aftermath of Kobe would prove crucial in limiting the death toll of an even larger disaster still to come. That disaster arrived on the 11th of March, 2011, when an enormous undersea earthquake, one of the most powerful ever recorded anywhere in the world, struck off the northeastern coast of Honshu, triggering a devastating tsunami that swept over seawalls many people had trusted to protect them and erased entire coastal towns within a matter of minutes. Nearly 20,000 people lost their lives. The tsunami also struck the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant, knocking out its cooling systems and triggering a serious nuclear accident, the most severe the world had seen since Chernobyl a quarter-century earlier, forcing the long-term evacuation of a wide surrounding area. The images from that day, entire neighborhoods swept away in minutes, remain some of the most sobering in recent memory anywhere in the world. And yet, in the disaster's immediate aftermath, the calm, orderly, deeply communal response of ordinary Japanese citizens, queuing patiently for dwindling supplies, sharing what little they had with neighbors and strangers alike, working steadily and without panic toward recovery, became its own quiet, widely admired symbol of a national character that had, in one form or another, carried the country through so many hard centuries before this one. Chapter 50. Modern Technology and the Space Beyond. Even through the slower economic years that followed the bubble's collapse, Japan continued pushing forward at the outer edges of technology, an instinct for careful, patient engineering that stretches back, in its own way, to the master swordsmiths and shrine carpenters of centuries past. Japanese robotics engineers became world leaders in advanced automation, precision manufacturing robots working alongside humans on assembly lines, and increasingly sophisticated humanoid and companion robots exploring what a future of everyday human and machine cooperation might actually look like. The country's space program, too, achieved a series of remarkable, quietly impressive milestones. The Hayabusa probe, launched by Japan's space agency in 2003, traveled millions of miles to rendezvous with a small, distant asteroid, collected tiny samples from its surface despite a string of serious technical malfunctions along the way, and against considerable odds, managed to return those samples safely to Earth in 2010, the first mission in history to ever bring material back from the surface of an asteroid. A successor mission, Hayabusa 2, repeated and expanded on that success a decade later, bringing back an even larger and more scientifically valuable sample in 2020. Closer to home, the Shinkansen network that first debuted in 1964 has continued expanding and refining itself for 6 decades since, now crisscrossing the country at speeds that continue to push the boundaries of conventional rail technology alongside newer experimental maglev trains capable of speeds well over 300 miles an hour, floating above their tracks on powerful magnetic fields, a vision of a very fast future built, characteristically, with the same patient, incremental refinement that produced the first bullet train 60 years earlier. Chapter 51. Modern Japan. Through all of this, boom and bust, war and peace, earthquake and rebuilding, something distinctive has persisted on these islands, a country able to hold 2 very different eras at once without apparent contradiction. Ancient wooden shrines stand quietly within easy walking distance of some of the most advanced, densely wired cities on the entire planet. Centuries-old tea ceremonies are still practiced today, exactly as they were performed generations ago, in rooms not far from stations where bullet trains depart every few minutes at speeds approaching 200 miles an hour. Shinto festivals, largely unchanged in form for 1,000 years, still fill the streets of towns and cities each summer, incense and paper lantern light drifting past convenience stores, vending machines, and glass office towers, as if the centuries simply folded quietly together rather than replacing one another. In 2019, Emperor Akihito made the choice to step down from the throne, an abdication almost unheard of in the modern era of Japanese emperors, and his son Naruhito succeeded him, opening the current era, known as Reiwa, a name meaning beautiful harmony. Tokyo hosted the Summer Olympics once more in 2021, delayed a year by a global pandemic, quieter and stranger than the confident, crowded games of 1964 had been, held largely without spectators in the stands, but a marker of continuity all the same. The very same city hosting the games a second time, still standing, still moving steadily forward, the way it always seems to, decade after decade, era after era. Naruhito's own enthronement ceremonies in 2019 still followed rites and forms passed down for well over 1,000 years. The new emperor formally presented with the same 3 sacred treasures that trace their origin, in legend at least, all the way back to the stories we began tonight with. The mirror that once lured Amaterasu from her cave, the jewel and the sword drawn from the tail of the serpent Susanoo slew beside a riverbank. Whatever else has changed across 14,000 years on these islands, hunting grounds giving way to rice paddies, tombs giving way to temples, shoguns giving way to parliaments, that particular thread, quiet, ceremonial, largely symbolic now, has simply never been allowed to break. Japan today faces real, serious challenges of its own: a rapidly aging population, a shrinking workforce, the quiet, ongoing tension between preserving deeply valued traditions and continuing to modernize and adapt. But it remains, as it has been for as long as people have lived on these islands, a place that somehow manages to hold its past and its present together at once, gently, without letting go of either. Interlude: Calligraphy and the Brush. One more quiet thread runs underneath nearly every century we've walked through tonight, easy to overlook precisely because it never announces itself the way a war or an earthquake does: the brush and the practice of shodo, the way of writing, calligraphy, which arrived alongside Chinese characters themselves back in the Kofun and Asuka periods and has been practiced, in one form or another, by nearly every literate person on these islands ever since. We heard earlier tonight how carefully Heian court nobles judged one another's handwriting, how a clumsy brushstroke could genuinely damage a courtier's reputation, and that same careful attention followed calligraphy through every era that came after. Zen monks in the medieval period practiced brushwork as a form of meditation in its own right, sometimes producing a single, bold, deceptively simple circle, enso, in one continuous, unhesitating stroke, meant to capture, in that one gesture, the entire universe, or emptiness, or the practitioner's own state of mind in that precise, unrepeatable moment, depending on who you ask and when you ask them. Samurai were expected to practice calligraphy alongside swordsmanship during the long Tokugawa peace, considered part of the same disciplined, attentive mind that a well-trained sword arm required. Merchants' children learned it in temple schools, alongside basic reading and arithmetic. Poets from the Manyoshu's anonymous soldiers through Basho's wandering haiku centuries later all shaped their words with a brush rather than a pen, ink ground, fresh from a solid stick, against a stone before each sitting, the physical ritual of preparation itself considered part of the practice, not separate from it. Unlike Western handwriting, judged mainly for legibility, Japanese calligraphy has always been judged as much for what it reveals of the writer's inner state in that single unrepeatable moment as for the words themselves, the exact pressure of the brush, the speed of a stroke, the particular way ink thins as a stroke runs dry, all considered meaningful, all considered part of the message. It remains a practiced art in Japan today, taught in schools, studied by hobbyists and masters alike. One continuous, unbroken brushstroke connecting a court lady's hidden love poem 1,000 years ago to a student's careful homework practice this very evening. The same ink, the same brush, the same quiet, unhurried attention, still being paid. Interlude: Hot springs in the art of rest. Scattered across Japan's volcanic landscape, the very same geological restlessness that produced the earthquakes we heard about earlier tonight has also, for just as long, produced something far gentler. Thousands of natural hot springs, onsen, bubbling up from deep underground and gathered, since ancient times, into bathing pools tucked into mountain valleys, coastal cliffs, and quiet forest clearings across the entire country. Some of Japan's oldest onsen towns claim continuous use stretching back well over 1,000 years, their waters said in old legend to have first been discovered by an injured deer or a wandering monk or a wounded crane seen soaking a hurt leg in a steaming pool and healing there before anyone else had thought to try it themselves. A visit to a traditional onsen town follows its own unhurried, well-established rhythm. Guests staying overnight at a ryokan, a traditional inn, sleeping on futon laid out over tatami mat floors, changing into a simple cotton yukata robe provided by the inn, and bathing communally, separated by gender, after a careful, unhurried washing and rinsing ritual performed before ever entering the shared mineral water itself, since the pool is for soaking, not washing. Meals at a good ryokan arrive as an elaborate multi-course procession called kaiseki, built around whatever is most seasonal and local at that exact moment, and the whole practice, bath, robe, futon, seasonal meal, is built around a single unifying idea considerably older than the word wellness, that deliberately setting aside a day or two, somewhere quiet, to simply rest the body in warm water and eat well and sleep deeply, is not indulgence, but a genuinely necessary, actively practiced part of a well-lived life. It is one of the gentlest threads running through this entire long story, and, fittingly enough for how we're spending this particular evening together, one built almost entirely around the unhurried act of resting. Interlude: Bonsai and the Patience of Centuries. A related, equally patient tradition took root in Japan after arriving, like so much else in this story, from China, where the practice of cultivating miniature trees in shallow containers had developed over previous centuries. Japanese practitioners adopted and gradually refined the art into something distinctly their own: bonsai, literally tray planting, in which a tree, sometimes an ordinary pine, maple, or juniper, no different in species from any full-sized tree growing wild in the surrounding hills, is deliberately, patiently shaped over years or even decades of careful pruning, wiring, and root restriction into a miniature form that nonetheless captures in astonishing detail the exact weathered, windswept character of a full-grown tree many times its size. What makes bonsai unlike almost any other art form is simply its timescale. A painting is finished when the artist sets down the brush. A bonsai is never finished at all, only continued, its shaping a lifelong, ongoing relationship between a tree and whoever tends it, often passed down carefully from teacher to student or parent to child, across multiple human generations, even as the tree itself, given the right care, might easily outlive every single person who has ever tended it. Some of the oldest documented bonsai specimens in Japan are genuinely believed to be several hundred years old, having been shaped and reshaped by a long, unbroken chain of caretakers stretching back, in some cases, well into the Edo period we spent so much of tonight walking through, tiny, ancient, still-living witnesses to nearly the entire back half of this story, still being watered, still being pruned, one quiet, patient season at a time. Interlude: Sake and the Art of Fermentation. Alongside rice as food, rice as drink has run its own long, quiet thread through this story as well. Sake, brewed from polished rice, water, and a particular mold culture called koji that converts the rice's starches into fermentable sugar, traces its origins back at least as far as the Nara period we heard about earlier tonight, with some evidence suggesting rice-based fermented drinks were already being made even earlier than that, offered at Shinto shrines as an offering to the kami before ever becoming a drink for ordinary daily enjoyment, a connection between sake and the sacred that has never entirely faded. Large barrels of sake, donated by breweries, are still commonly seen stacked and displayed at shrine entrances across Japan today. Sake brewing became increasingly refined during the Edo period as growing cities created real commercial demand and competing regional breweries developed distinct local styles and reputations, some prized for a drier, cleaner character, others for a fuller, richer sweetness, differences shaped by local water, rice variety, and the particular strain of yeast and koji mold. Each brewery cultivated and guarded, in some cases, as a closely kept secret passed down within a single family for generations. Traditional sake brewing remains a remarkably delicate, hands-on seasonal craft even today, typically undertaken in the cold winter months when the risk of unwanted bacterial contamination is lowest. Master brewers called toji, still relying heavily on taste, smell, and years of accumulated experience alongside modern instruments to judge exactly when each batch has reached its peak. It remains, alongside tea, one of the two great fermented and steeped traditions running quietly underneath the entire span of Japanese history. Tea for the clear, alert mind of the morning and the tea ceremony. Sake for the warmth and ease of an evening shared among friends. Interlude: miso, soy sauce, and the art of fermented flavor. Alongside sake, two other fermented staples have quietly shaped the flavor of nearly every meal in this entire story, at least since Buddhist monks first brought the underlying fermentation techniques back from China during the same centuries that carried over tea and Zen. Miso, a thick paste made from soybeans fermented with salt and the same koji mold culture used in sake brewing, and shoyu, soy sauce, a liquid seasoning developed somewhat later during the medieval period when temple cooks experimenting with a related fermented condiment called tamari found that the flavorful liquid that separated out during the process made an extraordinary seasoning entirely on its own, both spread outward from temple kitchens into ordinary households over the centuries that followed, becoming, by the Edo period, absolutely central to everyday Japanese cooking. Regional differences developed here too, much as they did with sake and lacquerware, the miso of one province running lighter and sweeter, another darker and considerably more savory, shaped by local climate, local soybean varieties, and how long each regional style was traditionally left to ferment, sometimes just a few weeks, sometimes, for the darkest, most intensely flavored styles, 2 or 3 full years. Soy sauce brewing followed its own similarly patient, unhurried timeline. Traditional producers still aging their product for months in enormous wooden barrels, trusting the same koji mold and time itself to slowly transform a simple mixture of soybeans, wheat, salt, and water into something extraordinarily complex. It's easy to overlook something this ordinary, sitting quietly on nearly every table across the entire span of this story, but that's rather the point. Long after the tombs and the shoguns and the treaties, it's often the quietest, most repeated things, a shared bowl of rice, a cup of tea, a splash of soy sauce over a simple dish, that turn out to have the longest, steadiest histories of all. Interlude: the convenience store nation. If you wanted a single, small, unglamorous image to capture just how thoroughly old and new sit side by side in Japan today, you could do worse than the humble convenience store, the konbini, found on nearly every city block and in nearly every small town across the entire country, open every single day of the year, staffed around the clock, and stocked with a level of quality, freshness, and sheer practical usefulness that has made it something closer to genuine daily infrastructure than a simple corner shop. A typical konbini sells fresh rice balls, onigiri, wrapped so the seaweed stays crisp until the very moment before eating, hot meals prepared and delivered multiple times a day, an entire wall of neatly organized bill payment services for utilities and taxes, printing and photocopying, concert and event ticket sales, and, in many locations, a genuinely reliable public restroom, all staffed by clerks trained to greet every entering customer with the same warm, practiced phrase regardless of the hour. It is, in its own thoroughly unglamorous way, one of the more quietly remarkable expressions of that same old cultural instinct toward careful, attentive service we've circled back to again and again tonight. The same instinct, once shaped into a formal, unhurried tea ceremony, now expressed instead in the simple, reliable, always open fact of a rice ball, freshly made, waiting for you at 3 in the morning, in a small shop lit bright against the dark, on nearly every street corner, in nearly every town, across the entire length of the country. Interlude: the Japanese house and the idea of ma. Walk through a traditional Japanese home, or what remains of one in an old preserved quarter of Kyoto, or a rural farmhouse museum, and you'll notice how much of it is built, quite deliberately, around emptiness. Rooms are measured not in square footage, but in tatami mats, woven straw flooring panels of a standardized size, so that a room's very name, a 6-mat room, an 8-mat room, describes it in terms of a repeated unit of open, usable space, rather than any fixed furniture within it, since traditional Japanese rooms held very little fixed furniture at all. A low table brought out for a meal and put away afterward, bedding unrolled at night and folded into a closet again each morning. The same room serving as dining room, sitting room, and bedroom in turn, simply by changing what, if anything, currently occupied its open floor. Walls, too, were rarely fixed the way they are in most Western architecture. Sliding fusuma panels, covered in paper or occasionally painted, could be opened to join 2 rooms into one large space for a gathering, or closed again to divide the same space back into separate, quiet rooms. Lighter, translucent shoji screens, paper stretched over a wooden lattice frame, filtered daylight into a soft, even glow while still suggesting, rather than fully revealing, the shapes of anything moving on the other side. An engawa, a narrow covered veranda running along the outer edge of the house, blurred the boundary between inside and garden further still. Neither fully indoors nor fully outdoors, a threshold space for sitting quietly and watching rain fall or listening, the way generations of Japanese poets and garden designers have deliberately arranged for you to hear, exactly this kind of quiet. There's a word for this whole way of thinking about space that keeps surfacing throughout tonight's story without ever quite being named directly until now. Ma. The meaningful interval, the pause, the gap between 2 things that is not empty so much as actively, deliberately present. It's there, in the 15th stone you can never quite see at Ryoanji. It's there in the silence between 2 notes on a koto, in the blank paper surrounding a single confident brushstroke of calligraphy. In the negative space, an ikebana arrangement leaves between its branches, in a no-actor's long, unhurried pause before the next line. Ma is the idea, running quietly underneath nearly every art form this story has touched tonight. That emptiness is not the absence of meaning, but one of its most important carriers, and it might be, of all the many threads we've followed across 14,000 years, the one most worth carrying with you now into whatever quiet, empty, restful space comes next for you tonight. Interlude. Washi. The paper of 1,000 years. Nearly everything we've admired tonight, the calligraphy, the ukiyo-e prints, the shoji screens filtering soft light across a tatami room, depended on a single, quiet material running underneath all of it. Washi, traditional Japanese paper, made not from wood pulp the way most modern paper is, but from the long, strong inner fibers of the paper mulberry plant and a small number of related shrubs, harvested, steamed, stripped, and beaten by hand into a fine pulp before being formed, 1 sheet at a time, on a bamboo screen, dipped and lifted rhythmically through a vat of fiber-laden water, a rocking, practiced motion that takes years to fully master. The technique arrived from China and Korea via the same Buddhist and diplomatic channels that carried over so much else in this story, and Japanese papermakers, over the centuries that followed, refined it into something distinctly their own, prized worldwide even today for its remarkable combined strength and translucence. A sheet of good washi can be extraordinarily thin and delicate to the touch while still resisting tearing far better than ordinary wood pulp paper, a quality that made it suitable for everything from a shoji screen exposed to the sun and rain to a woodblock print meant to survive centuries of handling to important government and temple documents meant to last just as long as the wooden buildings that housed them. Regional washi traditions developed their own distinct character over the centuries, much like sake or lacquerware. The paper of one province prized for its brilliant whiteness, another for the way the fiber's natural texture caught candlelight across a lantern's surface. Papermaking villages across rural Japan continue the craft today, several regional washi traditions recognized by UNESCO as an important piece of the world's intangible cultural heritage, still made using largely the same patient, hand-rhythmic process that produced the very paper Murasaki Shikibu might have written on 1,000 years ago, 1 sheet lifted from the vat, set to dry, and lifted again, exactly the same unhurried motion repeating itself, generation after generation, for well over a millennium. Interlude. Origami, the folded paper tradition. That same washi paper gave rise to one more quiet tradition worth closing on tonight. Origami, the folding of paper into representational shapes, cranes, boats, flowers, without any cutting or gluing at all, using only the fold itself, repeated and combined, to coax a flat, two-dimensional sheet into something else entirely. Paper folding for ceremonial purposes traces back at least to the Muromachi period, used originally in formal gift wrapping and Shinto ceremonial contexts. Noshi, a folded paper ornament, still traditionally accompanies certain formal gifts in Japan today, a small, quiet survival of a tradition many centuries old. Recreational paper folding purely for its own pleasure and beauty developed somewhat later, becoming widely popular during the Edo period once paper itself had become affordable and common enough for ordinary households to fold freely rather than treat as a precious, carefully rationed material. The crane in particular holds special meaning in Japanese origami tradition, associated since old folklore with longevity and good fortune, a belief that 1,000 folded paper cranes, or izuru, strung together, senbazuru, will grant the folder a wish, traditionally healing from illness or a long life. That belief took on new, deeply moving significance in the 20th century through the story of a young girl named Sadako Sasaki, diagnosed with leukemia a decade after surviving the Hiroshima bombing as a small child, who began folding cranes in the hope of reaching 1,000 and being granted her wish for recovery. Her story and the cranes she folded became, in the decades since, an international symbol of peace, and paper cranes, folded by visitors from around the world, still arrive constantly at the Peace Memorial in Hiroshima today. A small, simple, centuries-old fold, made new again, carrying an entirely modern hope for a world that never has to see anything like that morning repeated. Interlude. Wagashi. Sweets for the tea ceremony. One last small pleasure belongs in this story before we return, finally, to its close. Wagashi, the traditional confections developed over centuries, specifically to accompany a bowl of tea, their sweetness deliberately calibrated to balance the tea's own gentle bitterness, and their appearance treated as seriously in its own quiet way as the tea ceremony itself. Wagashi are built primarily from ingredients very different from Western confectionery: sweetened red bean paste, anko, most often, along with rice flour, agar, and chestnut, rather than butter, cream, or chocolate. And the finest examples are shaped with extraordinary patience and a small set of simple tools into miniature representations of the current season: a pale pink confection folded to resemble a single cherry blossom in spring, a maple leaf rendered in shades of orange and red for autumn, a small white shape suggesting freshly fallen snow in the depths of winter. A skilled wagashi maker changes their entire seasonal lineup gradually throughout the year, sometimes shifting a design's exact color or shape by only the smallest degree from one week to the next, tracking the outside world's own unhurried seasonal turning with a level of attentiveness most other food traditions rarely attempt. Served at the precise midpoint of a formal tea ceremony, a single wagashi eaten just before the tea itself is prepared and drunk, the confection functions as something closer to a small, edible poem than an ordinary dessert, meant to be appreciated first with the eyes, its careful seasonal shape and color taken in and admired, before being eaten in a small number of unhurried bites. One further, gentle expression of that same patient, carefully attentive spirit we've circled back to again and again tonight. In a garden, in a folded paper crane, in a single handmade tea bowl, now finally, quietly, resting on a small plate in front of you. Chapter 52. 1,000 Years of Rice, Tea, and Noodles. Before we close tonight, it's worth resting for a moment on something quieter than wars and emperors, the simple, daily thread of food that has run underneath this entire long story, changing slowly, layer by layer, the same way everything else about these islands has. It started, as we heard near the very beginning, with rice, arriving with the Yayoi farmers roughly 2,300 years ago, and becoming, ever since, the quiet center of the Japanese table, so central to daily life that for centuries, a domain's wealth and a samurai's stipend were measured directly in koku, a unit of rice, rather than in coined money at all. Sushi itself began, long before it ever resembled the dish eaten today, as a preservation method. Fish packed in salted rice and left to ferment for months. the rice discarded afterward and only the preserved fish eaten, a practice called narazushi that likely arrived from Southeast Asia sometime around the Nara period. It was only much later, in the bustling street food stalls of Edo period Tokyo, that a faster style emerged. Fresh fish laid directly over vinegared rice, meant to be eaten quickly, on the go, by working townspeople with little time to spare. The direct ancestor of the nigiri sushi enjoyed all over the world today. Tea, too, traveled a long road, arriving from China alongside Buddhism in those early centuries, cultivated quietly by monks for meditation and medicine long before Sen no Rikyu, whose story we heard earlier tonight, transformed the simple act of preparing and sharing a bowl of it into an entire, deliberate philosophy of presence and hospitality. And ramen, so thoroughly associated with Japan today that many people assume it to be ancient, is in fact a considerably more recent arrival. Chinese wheat noodles adapted and reimagined by Japanese cooks beginning in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and popularized enormously after the Second World War, when a businessman named Momofuku Ando, moved by the long lines he saw forming at black market ramen stalls during the lean, hungry occupation years, spent years experimenting in a small backyard shed until he perfected a method for flash frying noodles into a form that could be stored, then quickly reconstituted with hot water, inventing instant ramen in 1958, a humble kitchen invention that would go on to feed people in nearly every country on Earth. There is something fitting, maybe, in ending this particular thread here, on food, on the simplest and most repeated of all human rituals, 3 meals a day, every day, across 14,000 years, quietly evolving, quietly carried forward, one shared bowl at a time, long after the tombs and the temples and the treaties have all faded into the kind of history you only read about, or, tonight, only half hear, drifting somewhere between waking and sleep. And that is where we'll leave the story for tonight, somewhere in the quiet, ongoing present, on a chain of islands that has carried gods stirring the sea with a spear, hunters and rice farmers, poets and emperors, monks and samurai, merchants and printmakers, soldiers and survivors, engineers and schoolchildren across more than 14,000 years, each one adding one more small, quiet layer to the ones who came before them. You don't have to remember the names. You don't have to remember the dates. Just let the weight of all that time settle over you now, gently, the way mist settles over a mountain valley at the end of a long day. Thousands of years of mornings have passed over those islands, and thousands more will come after tonight. Rest now, you've earned it, and whenever you're ready, let the rest of this night carry you quietly away.